All right, what's going on, everybody? Hello, hello. You guys are doing well. Let me fix something real quick. Intro still having issues. Ooh, love to see that. Love to see it. Don't know why that is, but hey. You guys are all doing well. We're gonna be watching Everything is Broken stream, exactly. What else is new? We'll be rewatching. I haven't seen it since I did the run. My BioShock 2 speedrun from SGDQ 2014, which was pretty much 7 years ago at this point. So we'll take a step back in time. See what I looked like 7 years ago when I was much younger. And yeah, we'll see if the runs changed at all. We might do a couple BioShock 2 runs afterwards, possibly. I'm not sure exactly what we'll do afterwards. It's kind of my plan at the moment, but it's tentative. We might change it. Also, it is like the dawn of the final day in terms of reaching for that next sub emote slot. It's either tomorrow or the next day, depending on how Twitch does their payment cycle. The number above is going to start dropping over the next week. Maybe far, far away from the number. So if you want to help get us to that next emote slot before that happens, kind of do or die tonight is the way I should race myself. I think I'd easily win. easily win. But yeah, we'll see what it's like. Check it out. I meant to actually watch this like a long time ago, like 6 months ago, and I've been putting it off, but with doing the BioShock stuff recently, I was like, you know what? Let's go back and see what BioShock 2 is like. So what better way to do that than reliving my SGDQ run? Also, if you want to check out the no plasmid run record that we got last night, that's up on YouTube. We got a 1:11:07. So if you want to go watch BioShock done without a single plasmid, you can do that. Exclamation no plasmid will get you the video link. And if you want to go over there, drop a like and a comment, help that algorithm out. Be pretty cool. I'm gonna try to make a breakdown video explaining how the tricks work and why they work soon. But I've been saying that about a lot of different videos I'm gonna make, so it may be a while before it comes out. Now let me grab this video and then we can grab some popcorn and start watching it. We have the scene set up. Let's go over here. Let's see how we got chat over there. You guys will be on the video. I'm over here. Let me throw that text just in case. Let's see. This one. Put this right here next to cute little cabbage. If you want more cute little cabbages, professional streamer, oh yeah. Big time professional. You might need a refresh, Darkness, if you did something with emotes. Is this cropped up properly? It's not. It's cropping. Get to cropping. This is done in 1:21:06 real time, I guess. Also, a fun thing I saw in the description of this: SGDQ 2014 raised over $710,000. Like, that's insane. In 7 years, they've gone from 710,000 to raising almost 3 million per event. Like a GDQ where they didn't break 1 million, that's crazy. I mean, it was a long time ago, but just thinking about it, like, wow. Alright, let's see. Let's pop in. Make this look so fancy. Hey, look at that. Cover up some stuff, but it won't be important. Well, they even got my name right. No zeros or anything. Oh, it's crazy. June 22nd to 28th. So yeah, this was definitely over 7 years old at this point. You're on mobile? Oh, if it's on mobile, everything's broken on mobile, so. Maybe for YouTube? Yeah, why not? Why not throw it up on the YouTube, you know? Yeah, everything gets uploaded to the VOD channel eventually. But we'll probably cut this up. Man, I'm scared to watch this. Just because I hate seeing what I looked like 7 years ago. So every time I went to an event, I was like, you know what? I need to get a haircut. So I buzzed everything off. Couldn't really grow any facial hair. Just like maybe a goatee if it's there. It's awful. But yeah, I'm excited for this. This is BioShock 2 at SGDQ 2014. Crazy. All right, let's see how bad of a run this is. Also, I guess this is the previous one. So they actually have me here underneath this camera. This layout's something special. This is also when they just like let you watch whatever the person is doing. Set up.
Doctors Without Borders. Doctors with.
When does this get set up? 6 minutes. Okay. This is me chilling here. Look at how short my hair is. I mean, my hair is still short, but it's so short. Jesus Christ. On couch, this is Yeti, I believe. Yeti, Laser Long, and this is Shadow Draft. I believe. Pretty sure. See that bald spot? Oh yeah. Super balding. So I think at this one, they used Diva mics, which like go on your ear and they wrap around, they go like right in front of your mouth, and they were kind of awful. And they only used them for like one event. Something. Okay. Let's go to the start. This is me. Yeah, you can see the mic for a brief second there. Like if you look at my shoulder, right there. So is this highest quality? 720p 60. Beautiful. Okay. So I think I'm waiting for like a countdown or something. Also, game audio is like throughout the venue. I don't have headphones on, obviously, which is a terrible idea. When you're just like hoping people aren't talking over the commentary and stuff. And for this, like you kind of need some audio cues for the diary skips and stuff. My name is literally going over top of my face.
Sounds like we're all good.
All right, I'll let you know when to start timing. So you can even hear like the mic going in and out because it's like in a terrible spot. But something to love about this speedrun right off the bat is we can skip the opening cutscene. So oh my god, the audio is so bad. A few minutes every run. No introduction. No commentary. It's radio silence. You can start time now. Oh my god.
Anytime.
Alright, so we're off. For those that don't know BioShock 2's story, we play as an Alpha Daddy series, which is much like Big Daddy, only its predecessor. Alright, we're probably just gonna go on like what the run is like, because I can barely hear the audio and it's like cranked to its fullest. Maybe they'll fix it at some point. I don't know, but it's pretty bad. This is why they don't use it anymore. This is before audio, or Power Up Audio stepped in for SGDQs and kind of showed them how to do audio at live events. So you can kind of imagine what kind of weapons we'll get in the future. For now, we just have a trusty drill. We've seen quite a bit of it. Too good of a weapon at the beginning. Something even better than the drill. This is also my, technically, it was my second event, my third run, because I had 2 events at SGDQ 2014. This is still when I was like super nervous to do anything in person, like public speaking or anything like that. So this is also me being like very, very nervous as well, which I still get nervous for GDQ runs, but this is like 7 years ago when I had less experience, obviously. That we're gonna pick up is we can skip a lot of the dialogue in this game. We'll see in just a second.
I've read out your disease once already.
By playing the dyers we pick up, we can actually just skip over cutscenes from different NPCs. And estimates of I didn't even see the estimates 140. Oh my god. That is so high. I mean, it's the count for like crashing and stuff. But man, 140 for BioShock 2. That's crazy. I mean, I got a 121, but still. Just kind of a quick rundown of the plot. Plays Big Daddy, and we're on a quest to get our little sister back, as we would have seen in the opening cutscene had we not skipped it.
Daddy was sleeping.
Thanks for the spoilers,
for such
bro.
A long time, and Eleanor has missed you. Find her and you'll be all better.
That was sudden.
So people, because I was just doing BioShock 1 no plasmid speedruns, this right here is why you cannot do BioShock 2 no plasmid speedruns, because you cannot get out of this room currently without shocking this door. You can't die in here, you're physically soft locked in until you open that door. That way with Electrical we can abuse this as well. We need to open the door and to turn on the generator. But we can't do that until this splicer's dead. So. This guy we don't need to kill, but why not? Look at those sick hops. And that's something you'll see a lot in this run is I don't need to kill splicers, I just don't want them in my way, so might as well take them out.
Ah, at last a signal. You, who are bringing this dead city to life, listen.
So the first little bit of
I know who you are.
This game
I am in much
kind of moves slowly because it's explaining all the stuff that's going on.
Find me in the
backgrounds.
Atlantic Express train
We
station.
still do some cool stuff. The audio's so bad. If you've ever played this game, you might have tried to win this fight. You actually don't need to fight at all.
So you're saying it's scripted?
Almost.
Huh. Shocker, I didn't know that.
It's almost like you can't die.
What?
Playing with me.
So the way this fight works is there's two things that needs to move on. One's a simple timer. The other, either yourself or the big sister here. One thing I noticed, and I think this comes into play in just a little bit, the graphics aren't on potato mode, meaning we're not playing on the lowest graphic settings, which is done to prevent crashing. Wink, wink. But I mean, it actually looks decent. You know, it's rare to see BioShock 2
Enough damage.
not potato mode.
Neither one of us can actually die, so I'm just gonna tank the damage. Wait by the door.
Oh, I was so sassy back in the day.
The easiest way to do that is just to stand in the fire.
Yeah, so you don't need to actually fight at all here. You just either need to take a lot of damage or do a lot of damage.
Damage. We just have to wait for the timer to go off, which it did.
So far, so good. This is all
Goes
standard.
fast enough. You can actually see the two big sisters, but it's kind of hard to tell what's going on.
This is Dr. Sophia.
Like how anytime I start a sentence, you can hear briefly what I'm saying, and then it just trails off. It just like dives down.
With a message for
You hear the first part, and then you're just like, wait, what? What do you say?
always watching. To steal Adam, to steal from the Rapture family. Your family.
You can actually kind of control where you spawn by moving during all this, but it's really obnoxious to tell where you end up, and there's no consistent way of going to a certain place.
In that suit, even
It's
the
kind of to
ocean
wiggle your
cannot
mouse and
harm
get
you.
lucky.
This is good.
Is
But
it random where
Rapture
you
is
end
the
up,
death of
or
many great
does it
men.
matter?
Alone,
It doesn't
you
really
will
matter
not
where you
last
end up.
long.
You're only going to
You
save
can
it
still
for
reach the
second.
train
More
station.
better.
Find me there.
I don't know why they didn't flip the camera, the webcam, so I'm like
Something
further
great
on the right
about
and you can see me more.
That you don't see in BioShock 1 is these underwater scenes.
That would
There's
make
not a
way
whole
more
lot of
sense.
them, but you get to see some cool stuff.
Yeah, they're absolutely beautiful.
see a shark here. My chat and I have named him Roger James Jr., so whenever you see a shark, think of him. Another big sister just running off in the distance.
Oh, we're through one level. Woo! Good job, previous me. I think the tech was telling me like, hey, move the thing closer to your mouth or something like that. So I noticed I looked off camera for just like a brief second, but the first level's pretty standard. Nothing's changed in the last 7 years.
Right now that we're out of the first area, we can actually do some really cool stuff. This first trick is a bit hard to explain.
Got audio?
Don't worry, I have to do it multiple times in the run. So immediately upon spawning in, I'm going to do a quick save, and then hopefully I get it there. You might remember me saying that diaries are very important.
How many tries?
This isn't really a frame-perfect trick, but it's about as close as you can get to it, and like I said, you have to do it 5 times in a run, so...
Not starting off great for this, but these are actually just
a little bit
hard to do.
too soon. There we go. Okay, not too bad. So as you may notice, Tenenbaum's message is not playing anymore, and no actual radio message will play in the whole entire level. And we skip about 1.5 minutes worth of dialogue. So.
Doesn't seem as simple as BioShock 1 with the diary skips.
Yeah, diary skip for a long time wasn't useful because we didn't have a good method for it, but since we can skip the entire level, it's worth going for. It's not quite as simple as the method in BioShock 1, but we actually do have a more consistent method. It's just not nearly as useful. So, in this part, you might wonder, because I said there's not going to be any more radio messages. This part and a few others actually work on a more global system, so they're still going to play, although they appear to be skipped.
Oh yeah, look back at the keyboard.
Wow, that's rude.
Have some fun.
I think I don't remember if I can't tell. Like when I went to HDQ 2014, it was my first event, and I didn't really bring. I didn't like have a mechanical keyboard to bring. I didn't really even know what mechanical keyboards were back then. I might have brought my mouse. I don't think I did. I can't remember. I think between that event and this one, I did. I think I bought some Razer Blue Switch keyboard, Razer Black Widow, something like that. And I might have been using it here. I think I brought my mouse as well. Possibly. But I can't tell, obviously, because the monitor's in the way.
Now, would you say this runs more combat-oriented than BioShock 1, whereas opposed that's more glitch-oriented?
Kind of. Because in BioShock 1 you actually skip entire stages, you cut out of a lot of the combat, so it is focused more on the glitches. BioShock 2's level design was a little bit more careful in planning. It makes it really hard to skip entire levels. So yeah, we had to go through a few fights, but...
So I don't want to like correct myself or talk over myself, because I don't know if I'm going to explain stuff later on. Maybe towards the end of the run I'll do it, but Laz Laserlong on the couch is offering good snippets of things to talk about. He talked about the difference of radio diaries at the beginning of the level between like, oh, this is different than BioShock 1, which is like a great point that like if there's dead air, which BioShock 2 has a lot of just like walking through a level or doing combat, you can talk a lot about the differences. And then he mentioned stuff about like the run being more combat oriented, which I kind of use that as a springboard, but I don't really give the answers I should be. I kind of give like a non-answer answer. BioShock 1 makes the best speedrun. 2 and Infinite have really cool tricks to them, but a lot of downtime in between those tricks.
Big of a deal.
Huh, it's like Jev's actually learned.
Yeah.
I'm almost certain the game crashes in this part. Yep.
That's intended.
Yeah.
And this is why you make
That's the one thing I actually remembered from this run is the game crashing in this level.
multiple saves.
Yep. He came prepared, ladies and gentlemen. Do not worry. Just like BioShock.
I don't think you can
1,
actually
like this
save
game.
in the water, so I have to save
They learn level
the
design,
next part
but not
over.
programming.
But the problem with this, and I might talk about it, is if you... I had a lot of saves, Jesus Christ. If you do the diary skip, and then the game crashes, or you like leave the level and come back to it for whatever reason, the diary skip is no longer valid. So you have to listen to all the audio, and I think that's what ends up happening. Because like having a save with it in there doesn't apply the effect. You'd have to do another diary skip. So effectively, the crash wasted time, but then also going for the diary skip essentially wasted time in the end because of that.
Still on world record pace, just a reminder.
I can't believe I had that
I'm
many
not sure
safety
exactly
saves.
where the save is, so I might need to look. Yeah, need to look at the other one. A little too far in the run. Let's go back one. Yep, this is basically right out of the water, so
Yeah, you can't save in the water. That's why it's right there. There's a lot of times in this game where you can't save.
unfortunately, the crash didn't really lose too much time because I loaded a save. It's about the same.
But if you are clever,
But you might notice that there's now radio messages, and I can't do another diary skip because we don't know where to do another
I
one.
know you're awake in there. I can feel
Oh,
it.
that's horrible.
Mother won't be able to toy with
You can diary skip off of any diary in the game, but the problem is, unless you know exactly when when's going to start, which no one really knows because everyone just does the diary skip from the beginning and then everything else gets skipped, it's like impossible to tell when it's going to happen. You have to make a save, find out when it is, then make another save, and so on and so forth. So effectively, if you don't get it, then you're listening to audio for the rest of the level.
with you like that ever again. This plasmid is for you. If I'm right, you can use it now. Please, find me.
So Eleanor, the character we just saw, is our actual little sister that we're trying to get back, and throughout the game she's going to help us in many different ways. Here she gives us the telekinesis plasmid, which if you've seen BioShock 1 speedruns, you might know the very usefulness of it. Unfortunately in this game it got a huge nerf, so we're not going to use it quite as much.
Sophia Lamb is using the splicers against you.
Its really
Most big
only
daddies are like her
purpose in
slaves,
BioShock
guarding
2
the little ones.
is to pick up things from
But
far away
someone
or to throw exploding
has
barrels.
awakened you.
These
I
splicers
know
can
if
just
you're
get in your
born
way,
with
so
Helena Delta.
take them out.
To save yourself, you will
My
come.
favorite BioShock is Minerva's Den.
Eleanor has a destiny, one you cannot share.
Apparently there's a trick in this elevator now where you can like death warp out of it, which is cool. I'll look into it.
Quickly, head for
Yes,
the elevator.
all seems pretty much the same. Only like the late game stages should really be any different. I don't know what skips
Now, here is
were
what the
found back
children
then.
tell
I'm
me.
very curious
Because
to
we're
know.
still in the
You
beginning of the
are
game,
a very
it wants
old
to
Big
tell us
Daddy,
about what's going on.
bonded for life
Here we get
to
more
a
of the
single
backstory.
Little one. When you are apart
Ladies
for
and
too
gentlemen, that's
long,
called
your body
exposition.
begins to shut down like a cobra.
Thank you, Les.
As long as the girl is in the rapture, you
more
will
you know.
want trapped here as well.
Typically
The
during
name
a
of
run,
your
this
little
entire
one
elevator ride's silent,
Is
so
Eleanor
kind
Lamb,
of weird.
daughter of
Don't know what to
Sophia.
do.
She is kept at Fontaine Futuristics on the other side of the city.
So did the
You
dialogue
must
come
go
back because
there
you loaded
and
a
save
save, or
her
because that save had
before it
not
is
the
too
diary
late.
skip in it?
Anytime you leave an area, the audio goes back to normal. So if you even load another save while you're still in that area with the glitched out message, they'll still be glitched out.
I see.
That's why we have to do it in every stage, because it doesn't carry over once you leave.
See how my first arena fight goes.
So we need to take out another splicer, so we can activate a lever. I'm just gonna shoot him. You can actually prevent this from occurring if you just like As you can see, there's a square box I'm looking in. If you never look in that square box and just fight it, you can just avoid this forever.
For something.
That's not what I'm
I
going to
have
do.
returned to rescue them. If I do not, more children will die for my sake.
Yeah, this game will a lot of times. It's kind of the same for 1. If you just like, 2's more about like moving your camera into the right spot and locking you in there. But if you're just constantly moving your mouse or controller, cursor, whatever away, it just won't start the cutscene because you need to be looking at Tenenbaum for it to start. You get stuck there in place anyway, so it doesn't matter. But I guess it's a fun thing you can do. I've completely forgotten about that.
We must talk.
Citizens of Rapture, this is Subject Delta.
So now we're being introduced to Sophia Lamb, the biological mother of our little sister, who's trying her darndest to keep us away. But
And as family,
can't stop us.
tear out its
Family.
and drive it back into the sea.
Lamb will take this place apart to find you. Please hold back the splicers until we escape.
This fight's a bit random at the ends. The first 2 waves are pretty consistent, because they spawn on the opposite sides. Unfortunately, the 3rd set can spawn on either side, so...
Okay, not bad.
Wasn't too bad.
I didn't get the
If they
message.
spawn on that side, they can actually jump down and just
Thank
run
you.
away.
Now I must leave you, and I am sorry for this. But there are others I must help before the city drowns. This man Sinclair, he is an ally.
I'm not picking up the
and will
diary
guide
here?
you to Eleanor.
I thought you needed the diary for the next
This is
bullet.
typically where we save time in a run if we do diary
good luck.
skips, because we don't have to wait for this message to play out, or the one on the train here.
What do you call?
Oh my god, I'm getting an ad.
Double the
Oh
season-
my god, get out of here. Alright, let me sign into my actual account. Jesus Christ. The ads, dude. The ads. Oh my god. What are we at? Look at that delicious thing that they're not paying me to showcase.
This isn't.
That's
and this-
Atlantic Express.
It's pretty bad.
City drowns.
I didn't think that would happen. Alright, get this out of here. There we go.
This man Sinclair, he is an ally, and will guide you to Eleanor.
Taco Bell. Hey, they're not paying me.
This is typically where we
Get
save
him outta
time
here.
in a run if we do diary
2006
skips,
pretty
because
good
we don't have
game.
to wait for this message to play out, or the one on the train here.
Well, look at you.
That's a game, for sure.
Knight in armor, complete with iron horse. The name's Augustus Sinclair, sport, Esquire.
I like how the timer is just
Old
like
Tenenbaum
impossible
and I
to see.
share an interest in the old Fontaine building, the very same place you'll find Eleanor Lamb. I think you and I can do business. Take the train to Ryan Amusements. I'll see you shortly.
So if you've ever played through this game casually, you may not have noticed it, but Ryan's Amusement is probably the worst amusement park in all of history.
It's pretty bad.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
There is only one ride in Ryan's Amusement Park, and it's the Journey to the Surface, which is
It's
not
very
too
propaganda heavy.
But first, we
amusement
need
park.
to do another diary skip, so we'll have to wait until the train comes to a stop to do that.
Whoa there. Now better apply the brakes unless you're aiming to dash yourself against that glacier up ahead.
First try? Nope. Not a first try. I reset. Get him out of here.
Unfortunately, there's no way a good way of practicing this, because
No
every
way
time you
good.
go to do a run, your quick save is going to be different, and that affects the timing drastically. There we go.
Nice.
Typically, you want to get those in about 3 tries or less. Considering this is a marathon, it's not too bad.
Are all of them equally precise?
Yes. Like I mentioned before, there's a more consistent way of doing them, but it only skips one message, so you'd have to do it multiple times, and it wastes more time than it's worth. So we're gonna get our first upgrade here. It's gonna be drill efficiency, which we actually don't need for quite a while, at least until like middle of the next stage. But we don't get another upgrade by the time that we actually need it, so we actually have to get it here.
Yeah, so it's drill efficiencies for drill dashing, which you don't unlock until poppers drop. And it's really, really nice to have because it saves you money and you can drill dash more without having to refill. But because there's no other thing you can pick up before then, you just get it here. Although something like machine gun damage or drill damage is much more useful. Which I think nowadays, if I remember right, you get drill damage here and then you get drill efficiency just sometime after you get drill dash.
How many upgrades do you get throughout the run?
Throughout this run, we now get 3 upgrades. It used to be 4, we'd get 2 in this area, but we found a death warp that skips one of them, so.
Nice.
The thing with couches, right, especially back then, in terms of BioShock 2 runners, it was pretty much me and the segmented runners who just weren't there, obviously. So it's 3 people who really, I mean, one, haven't ever done a run before, people who haven't seen a run before, and also just early on, like, runners were just, you know, people. They weren't there to be, like, super commentary heavy or, you know, there weren't a whole lot of couches like, oh, this is what a couch should be like. It's just, these were people that I knew. They were awake at the time of the run, so they can be on there. Laz ran BioShock 1 for a little bit, which is why he's helping out with some of the commentary more on that. Like Shadow Draft is from the Frictional Games community. Yeti ran like Portal and some other games as well. So it's like a lot of times with couches, and it's why I just tend to do solo commentary. It's, you have to, if you want like the hype couches, you're going to find those more on like the big franchises that have lots and lots of runners and people who like talk about the run with each other all the time, which for a lot of games just is never going to be the case. Even a popular franchise like BioShock, there's really not too many active runners that care about GDQs to even do commentary for. Yeah, no hype allowed.
Pretty good trade.
Like back in these days, it was either you have a couch like this, or you have something that ends up on a cringe comment compilation, right? Those are your 2 options. You don't have like the super well-known hype stuff going on for the most part.
Welcome to Ryan Amusement. Insert your ticket now.
So one really nice thing the devs did for speedrunners is they gave us this tonic. This is Sports Boost 1. Gives us a 10% increase in movement speed.
Please enjoy the park.
Makes us go a little faster.
Oh yeah, we used to do this little jump around. This saves no time compared to just like walking to the other side.
There's a second tonic, which is going to increase the power of the drill. First, we need to skip Eleanor from talking. Flip that. Now we're going to take on an actual Big Daddy. We'll have to kill multiple of these in the entire run. This one's a bit special. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to get him over by the door so that when I pick up the little sister, I can immediately leave. So one thing you might have noticed if you're quick enough is that there's no option to harvester or saver. There's this picker up. Unfortunately for the first one, we actually have to go through the escort mission. Later on, we just have to pick them up and deal with them.
Here it is.
So for now, we're just going to protect her.
Don't you love escort missions?
They're the best. They should make a BioShock game with an entire escort mission.
Oh, please, dude. Oh, it's so bad.
I could
Joke at infinite expense. Very funny, haha.
At least the money didn't despawn this time.
Yeah, the money can sometimes just not appear. Money's not really an issue in this run unless you just don't know what you're buying. When I first picked up this game, I was blowing all my money all the time, but considering we skip a lot of stuff now, and optimized it. Money is not an issue.
But resource management is still important, right?
Yes. Most of the time I'll only buy fuel, as you'll see in the next stage why it's important.
What? Spoilers.
I'm sorry. Cover your ears. But sometimes I'll actually buy certain types of grenades to make the end fights go faster. Also some spoilers.
Man, this stream.
So now we're going on the only ride in Ryan's amusement, Journey to the Surface. We can actually just walk right through this.
Not as bad as Small World.
It's pretty close.
Oh, yeah.
It's not even finished.
My favorite song coming up.
I'm not working at DMCA'd. They're gonna come for me. I don't know if it was known at the time that you could despawn the enemies. I think it was like something that could happen, but no one really knew why. Or like just leaving the enemies alive in the previous part. So we do this fight even though you don't really have to. It doesn't really change the time. It's just nicer not having to fight stuff.
We're gonna keep this barrel outside the room. Not just to save the room from fire, but we're actually gonna need that in just a moment for a skip. First, we need to protect the little sister again. If I just stand in this back corner, the turret will do a lot of the work. Unfortunately, some of the splicers do get by, so I still have to watch her.
Wow, that's lazy.
There is actually a method to keep them from spawning altogether.
Hey,
I like getting some of the resources, so. I'm not quite as lazy as I could be.
I feel like for a lot of these, like, I think so much more negatively about my previous self in terms of commentary that I just don't expect myself to, like, mention things like that along the way.
Looks like your turret's on fire.
Yeah.
Oh, well. It was on fire.
The turret doesn't always make it. He served the purpose.
Daddy, are you taking me?
You ain't her real dad.
Wow, that was harsh.
Yeah, some of the splicer quotes are just pure gold. Alright, so we're gonna take our barrel and head to the air vent. Unfortunately, in this level, they only put one air vent in the entire section. Every other stage has like 5 per square foot. And that's kind of why this game's really hard to break. Because of stuff like this, you actually have to go to a specific point to trigger the next event. So on. Right, so we're going to drop the barrel and put down some safety measures.
A lot of safety measures, actually.
This is a strat you're going to see quite often. If you hack something and purposely fail it, you'll just take damage.
Nice little harvest.
So I harvest this first little sister because I need the extra atom. I actually cannot do the route without it. A lot of people don't really care for that method, but I can't really help it. Hacking a machine will never actually kill you. That's why we need the barrel, so I can do that.
Death warp strats.
This takes us right up to the main entrance. There's a lot of splicers around.
That AI.
So now we're gonna head over and get Incinerate, which we need to melt the ice to leave. And we're gonna step another death warp. But I don't want to take too much damage, otherwise I risk having to do another death warp.
How prevalent are death warps? Will you be using them constantly, or just this is a one-time deal?
There's quite a few in this run now. This next death warp actually only saves like maybe a second. but
second.
it's for convenience sake.
What?
So you're supposed to fight the big sister here, and we're actually going to. But we're going to do the death warp first so we can get her to a
I mean, I
spot
guess it doesn't
that's,
save that
more
much
to our
time,
liking.
but a second, I think, is undermining it a
We
bit.
come out to this broken clock tower and die on top of it.
I'm gonna trust previous self. It's a second time save.
Spot, so now we need a few splicers, hopefully. Come on.
AI, please.
There we go.
Nice shot.
I hear a creaking of the floorboard.
So we go to this Vita chamber here, and that door right there is actually locked. And it's only unlocked after you kill the big sister, so that gets us around that. But like I said, we need the extra atom, so we're actually going to kill the big sister. We're just going to do it inside the train station so she can't run away. Also, if you walk against this wall, you actually get stuck right here. Kind of a
I
weird
like to
feature.
look a man in the eye when I give him my word. You and me, kid, we're going places.
Meanwhile,
I kind of mentioned it before, and that's the best I'm gonna mention it in this run. Like the game's hard to break because you have to go to like I think I said a specific spot to trigger something, but it's you have to complete one objective for the next one to even become active. So you can melt that ice blocking the train with an exploding barrel. You don't need incinerate, but it doesn't become explodable or meltable until you buy incinerate. So even if you throw a barrel at it, as soon as you get out of the train, it won't melt. But as soon as you buy incinerate, you can melt it with the barrel. And in the buy incinerate, you have to harvest the little sister. To harvest the little sister, you have to go through both of the bodies. And so on and so forth. It's just like a cascading effect, which means you can never sequence break it because the things you need to work with just won't let you progress until you've done the things before. Because otherwise you would just come into this level, pick up the exploding barrel right away, melt the ice and leave. And you'd skip like 90% of the level that way. The exploding barrel is right where that locked door is, where I did the death warp. It's just right there. So you'd walk up the stairs, grab that, melt the ice, pull the lever, and leave. Theoretically.
That wasn't too bad. So now we've gotten the escort mission out of the way, the run really starts to pick up, and we actually get a really fast way of moving in Popper's Drop, which is why we need drill efficiency, and a whole lot of things are going to come together. But first, we need to buy more stuff.
Really quick, the developer is in chat and is trying to get a hold of us right now, so we're getting that set up as soon as we can.
So, oh man, I forgot that even happened. I'm trying to remember the guy's name. There's one of the devs, it was like JB LeBreton or something like that. He worked on BioShock 1 as well, and he's actually the developer that a long time ago, he did a playthrough of a couple levels from the first game. And if you watch my BioShock 1 run from GDQ, I mentioned a dev that talked about shocking the door and that being a bug that was left in the game on purpose. He was the one that I watched do it. So whenever this was coming up, I reached out to him and I was like, hey, we're doing this thing. And I'd seen like, I think SGDQ 2014 had some dev. I think it was Laz's run. He did Charles Barkley Shut Up and Jam Gaiden or whatever it's called. And he had the devs and I was like, oh, that's kind of a cool thing. Let me reach out to this guy about it. But he didn't like get back to me until like right before the run, or maybe I didn't reach out in time to get it all set up. So like right before the run, John Paul LeBreton, yeah, that guy. I was trying to get him on like Skype and like try to figure that out with the GDQ staff at the time, and we just couldn't make it work. So he ended up like he wasn't even like the Twitch chat. He was in, at the time they had like an IRC chat as well. And he was in there like answering questions, I think. Is who they're talking about. So it's like this run almost had dev commentary. It was like an extra hour maybe. We might have had dev commentary for BioShock 2.
No. Oh. Correction, I'm sorry. The developer is in SDA's QuakeNet chat.
Yeah, they are.
So if you go to gamesdonequick.com and you want to ask him some questions about the game, that's where to go.
Somebody give me a laptop.
We are the family.
I'll be right back.
We're gonna steal this barrel from the brute.
Lamb's trying to box us in, kid.
And we do this so we can get a little bit more money. We actually don't need that money at all.
You need the
We can live
security
without it.
override key from the local
Why
governor,
not do it?
Grace Holloway. She
So with
kicked
all
me
that
out
extra
of my
item we
own
got, we're
hotel.
gonna buy a plasmid slot, the decoy plasmid, Wonder Blast, and drill lurker tonic.
Down here,
Okay.
the Sinclair Deluxe. Find her and get that key.
So each one of these is going to come into play in a little different way. First, we're going to use decoy to keep this brute here. Typically, he's going to run off and you have to chase him down. We don't want that. Next, we're going to enter the store code.
Oh, that almost looked so clean. One too far over. I think that was the same staff member correcting himself. This is back when they had like no staff at all. You had like 1 or 2 people maybe checking donations and stuff, and then like 2 people on tech that were on like a 12-hour shift or something. Very, very minimal setup.
Before he runs off. Good. And now we pick up the camera, which is actually really useful for the entire speedrun. I'll show it off here. Anytime you take a picture of an enemy, you can get certain perks.
Like a movie camera.
So we take a picture of this brute, hit him with a few different plasmids, we get drill dash, which is this right here.
Tells you more about his DNA. Let's give it a dry run.
I'm sure people know how the camera in BioShock 2 works, but the more varied your attacks, the more points you get. And the more points you get, the faster you get to the research, because they're at certain point thresholds. So just stacking a whole bunch of plasmids on top of them and hitting them with the drill dash gives you enough points for drill dash. Right, just hitting with the drill. Thank you, Fire Truck, for the bits. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Shall we?
It allows us to move.
Yeah, it was real late minute, like trying to get the dev on commentary. I think what happened is I was in contact with them, and then I told him to get in contact with the GDQ staff, and something there just fell apart. And then so I like mentioned to the GDQ staff sometime before the run, and they were trying to get it set up, and it fell apart, unfortunately. Maybe if I ever get BioShock 2 on another GDQ, or bring them back.
Very, very quickly across the stage, but you might notice in the bottom left we have a little gas gauge. That's why we need to get drill efficiency.
Just rev up that drill of yours and slam right through that.
Because every time you do a drill dash, it consumes fuel. So once you run out, you can't drill dash anymore.
But that big lug just dropped.
I don't think we knew that.
Now to break through that mess.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like we knew. If you get drill dash and then come over here, you have to wait for a certain point of dialogue to pass before you can break this. But once you get drill dash at any point, if you do, if you take a death and respawn, you don't have to wait for that for whatever reason. So that's why a lot of times in runs now, you'll get drill dash and like immediately die and respawn. There was a strat, I felt like it was at this point, but I guess it was shortly after, where you'd come over here, trigger this, and then you'd use incinerate to take a death in the same area.
Have to work out how you got.
So at this point, they're telling me to go get the camera and drill dash and all that stuff that we already just did, because
Since you
you're not
already
supposed to
laid
have
your
it.
hands on a genetic research camera, this next part will be easier. That's it, son.
We're going to put down decoy to distract the splicers as we go through the Sinclair Deluxe.
Now,
we're just gonna
find
drill
one
dash
of
through the
those
entire
big old
thing.
brutes and take them out on film. Before long, you'll be able to brush aside.
Two important things to know about drill dashing is if you do it in too small of an area and you hit a wall, you get stunned for a few seconds and it's basically losing time.
And it appears you've picked up
And if you hit a splicer, you lose all momentum.
and just bust through that
And sometimes splicers just jump in your way. So we're gonna buy more drill fuel.
blocking your way.
Something you'll see me do quite often. Here's a brute,
Now,
we're gonna freeze
Gracie
him.
was on the top floor. Get on up there and persuade her to give you that.
You may notice I'm
override.
taking damage, and it's for death warp, in case you haven't put that together.
Gracie's room is just up ahead. Now, she's been sending all manner of unkindness your way, so I'm not particular as to how you take that key away from her. But
Do you ever accidentally
she's
die in the wrong
always
place
had
trying to
this
do a death
grudge
warp?
against you was based
Or are
on
they
a
usually pretty consistent?
misunderstanding.
What was that?
Do you ever die in the wrong place trying to do a death warp, or are they usually consistent?
Typically, you can do them consistently if you don't take too much damage. There's a lot of ways to take damage at the very end if you really need to, but
I know what you're here for.
So we don't do this death warp in the run anymore.
most of the time if you die, you don't go that far back from where you actually need to go, so you only lose a few seconds.
To care for her child. And I tried. But baby Eleanor disappeared. And then one day, I see her walking with you.
So we don't really care about Grace at all. What we care about is the card on her desk and the chair that she just got out of. Those are the two important things in the room.
It is slower to kill her, right?
Killing her doesn't actually benefit us, so taking the time to actually kill her
Yeah.
would just be unnecessary.
But it's for plot. Character development.
Your call, friend. Gracie's unarmed for what it's worth.
The reason we don't death warp here anymore is
The dying
one,
there
because
takes
this animation's a little long, and there's also free fuel in this hallway that you can stock back up on, which is really nice to have, especially going into Dionysus Park, or not Dionysus Park, Siren's Alley. Have that extra bit of drill fuel is really, really nice. So we just like run back out, drop down, pick that up, and we're basically in the same spot. We lose a little time here, but we save it from just the drill dashing alone.
Back down to the bottom. If you don't do a death warp, you can just jump straight down. Only a few seconds.
For Grace, the paradise of Andrew Ryan.
Also, if you hit an
was
item, it
most
can just throw you
unkind.
completely to the
She
side.
spoke against him in song.
Drill dashing into like a box
Usually that's not an
or something
issue,
is
but it's
really
certainly
annoying.
You have to
But
watch
in
out
the
for it.
family, she has found hope, a reason to draw breath.
And one small little rock will just send you flying across the room in the wrong direction.
Oh my god.
By sparing Grace, do you
The one problem with drill dashing, 'cause I love it so much, is you actually have to hit two buttons like almost at the same time, which is kind of annoying if you get in the wrong timing.
Sometimes it doesn't fire properly. You have to hit
Well, I
right
mentioned
mouse
earlier when we
and
That
shift.
crash, that
I think is the default.
dialogue stuff doesn't transfer over. But if you do that last area fast enough, the beginning of this area actually gets glitched out for some reason.
Yeah, I still don't know why the audio here bugs out.
Obviously not
Weird.
speaking. This is the best.
Maybe he has nothing to say.
We get completely sniped out of this train. The train's still intact and keeps moving, but we just get thrown out of it.
You just get hit right in the face with a torpedo and go flying out the side. Get
So once again, we're in the water, which is pretty cool. And the door right in front of us leads to the next area, but we can't open that quite yet.
You can actually get like on top of this whole section. You can get like on top of the map and then back behind this, but there's just no way inside. And like the lever doesn't work until you deal with stuff in Siren's Alley anyways. It's another instance of just like, theoretically, like if you had the ability to clip into there, you should be able to skip it. But because like the lever to the end of the game or the end of the level isn't active until you get the previous quest line done, it just becomes meaningless. There's just never going to be a way to skip it.
We're gonna turn around and go this way. So I'm gonna go ahead and pick up these atom slugs. I actually don't need to pick them up, but they're right here, so I just kind of like to do it anyways.
100% go.
This is really where fighting becomes a part of the run. We have two big fights that we have to do. Neither one is particularly difficult. There's a little trick I'm going to try to set up. We'll see how it goes.
Little trick I'm going to try to set up.
A beast of Ryan lives.
Is that going to be the thing on the way back?
I think Mother knows I'm helping you like this. She's
We have to enter another door
accelerating my
code.
treatments. Don't give up on me.
So now the lights are going to kick off and we have to kill stuff in the dark. So I don't know whether it's entering the door code too fast or what, but you can actually glitch the lights to stay on. Typically it's really dark in this portion. Every now and then they actually stay on.
Let's stay on and
Break
just
up
like
the
sometimes
camera,
there's
take some more
a
pictures.
lot brighter than they should be.
If we take pictures of spider splicers, we actually get more movement speed. This first guy's going to jump even if you hit him with Winter Blast, so I'm just going to use Incinerate in the machine gun.
So the thing with this, I mentioned the camera earlier, like using different plasmids and different guns gives you different points. Varying it up gives you a lot more points than just using the same thing over and over again, which is why typically now, whenever you go to do this, you'll have different weapons, like you'll use trap rivets and the turret for one, and then you'll use Winter Blast and whatever else, and then Incinerate, and the machine gun, and then you finish off the rest with an Electric Bolt and the drill, just varying up the research points so you can get to the part faster. Otherwise, you have to get it off Simon Wales, and that's really slow. But I think that's what
Really,
ends up
it's only
happening here.
use the Electric Bolt unless something goes terribly, terribly wrong.
Yo, all of it's gone. Oh, standing in this corner. Also, I don't think we knew to pick up the auto hack dart off that body. The body on the stairs always has an auto hack dart, which we use
So
to
once
run.
that pipe breaks, they're always going to spawn according to where you are. So if I just stand in this corner, I can always get them to come to me. Once we kill 6 of them, we've already killed 2. We're going to go for a little
BT.
trick.
It was me 7 years ago. Oh yeah, this is way before it became partnered.
We're going to jump down, jump across, and jump up. So this door's actually not here. Kill the
Years
brute where
before.
he actually is supposed to spawn in.
Wow, nice. I'm impressed.
Okay, so that's the first big fight that we have to do. The second one's less of a random set of waves. It's kind of a quote-unquote boss fight.
Each of you know the child of the land. Through Adam, our souls
He's basically just a normal spider splicer with increased health, which makes him really annoying to kill. So we're gonna get drill damage there. Typically we would have gotten that back in Ryan's Amusement, but
I think we get
with
that's
the
where
new
you
route,
get drill
we'll skip it.
efficiency now.
Once again, drill fuel for when we
I think
leave.
the two are swapped. Could be wrong. I think so.
There we go. Okay. so I
Either
have
either
all
you
the
end up
research
getting
points.
the increased movement speed there, and you're pretty much done with spider splicers, or if you don't get it there, you have to get it off Simon Wales, the boss of the area. And it's just you already have to like set up other things for him, or at least I do. I like to use the little mini turrets, and having to take a photo in between there is really annoying.
It's those. Just leave them alone. Okay, so here comes the quote-unquote boss.
Yeah, using little mini turrets.
We're gonna shock his little buddy to get him out of the way, and then we're just gonna freeze him. If you actually freeze him when he's jumping in the air, you can just get him stuck in mid.
Ideally, you hit him with Winter Blast, you hit him twice with the drill, and then you refreeze him, and that'll keep him permanently stuck, so you can just drain his like freeze meter instead of his health, and he dies a little bit faster instead of having him unfreeze and refreeze and stuff like that.
Unfortunately, he didn't do it that time.
Jumping in the air doesn't really matter at all.
Okay. So once we hit that lever, we're actually stuck in this room.
Once you transfer
That's not a problem.
suction to Dionysus Park, we've got a tiny window of opportunity to get you inside. I don't have much air
Now, do you
left,
keep
but I'll
invincibility
hang in
frames
there.
similar to
You make
BioShock
sure
1
you're
where
ready
you
before
won't
you
die on
throw
it
that
like
switch.
immediately?
Yes and no.
They've cut the power on you.
If
What
you
an
go
answer.
down to like 1 or 2 health, you have those invincibility frames, which last for a few seconds, but if you're continuously taking damage, like I was there, you just skip over those.
Alright.
And its name is Legion.
So I'm also going to say yes and no to myself on that statement. You do the way it works. I think this is the same for 1. I'd have to think about it for a second longer. But whenever you take damage, once you get down to like 1 health, or basically where you're like 1 hit away from death from whatever source of damage you take, you get invincibility frames and you can't die for like a couple seconds, and then you can take that last hit, which is why if you see someone death warping and they need to take damage, they'll take damage and then they'll sit there for a few seconds and then you'll take it the last tick and die. But if you've already hit those invincibility frames in that level and you like regen health and you haven't died, when you go to do it again, you don't get those invincibility frames. So you just straight up die. So if you're like 50 health, go down to 1, get your invincibility frames, and then you use a med pack to go back up to 50. When you go back down again, you'll just die. You won't ever hit those invincibility frames. So yes and no. But Never Stands my favorite BioShock game.
Eleanor Lamb is our salvation.
And so this whole place is trying to flood, and we actually still have 1 more trick to do. Gonna take a second.
Attaboy, sport. I think you're closing in on Simon's underground temple. Now get down to pumping station number 5 and drain out the park here. Oxygen's running
The
thin.
fun
in this
thing
train
about
car.
decoy, which is
I'd
the
sure hate
plasmid
to
you see
see
in
our
front of us,
partnership
is
cut short.
it just shows up randomly. We can't actually
Ask
use it
yourself, Delta.
there.
You who have
And that's
suffered
not the
beyond
one trick I'm
measure
talking
at the
about.
hands of
Once we
men
get up
like
here, we can
you.
actually get our weapons back.
What is the
And
cost
if I switch to the drill and drill dash out, I just get to keep it. So
Oh, I don't go for the one over the wall.
instead of walking all the way over here, I can just drill dash.
must we pay?
So this is the faster way of going around, but the fun way of going around is
Instead of walking all the way over here, I can just drill dash. To keep it. Get our weapons back.
Is the
And if I switch to the drill and drill dash
just
out,
to the right here, where the pipe is, which it's kind of hard to see. If you drill dash into the right way, it launches you up and over the wall, which it's way slower, but you don't use like an extra 2 drill dashes, so you get to keep those. And it just looks cool.
keep it, so. Instead of walking all the way over.
It can also get you soft locked out of the map though, which is really bad.
Eleanor is my answer. Do you think me a tyrant, Delta? Vying for
So far the run's pretty
dead man?
much what it is today.
So Dionysus Park was kind of an iffy stage before, because it actually had an almost guaranteed crash at the very end. But with a new strat that has been found since my record run like a week or so ago, we actually skipped that crash entirely.
Dionysus Park was owned by Sophia.
I don't remember what caused the crash, but you were almost like guaranteed. I think it was like doing individual diary skips at the end because we didn't have a good spot to do the all-in-one diary skips, and like saving at the end of Dionysus Park or loading at the end of Dionysus Park has always made the game crash. So then we start doing an all-in-one diary here, and that prevents that from happening.
Sort of a private retreat for her social experiments. One night it flooded, killing all her guests.
So we need to kill this splicer to
Papers
move
said
on.
it was cult-related. Come
And
on
this
up
is
to the
Houdini
train
Splicer that
station.
will
Let's
teleport
rendezvous.
away if you let him. So setting him on fire and then hitting him with the machine gun keeps.
You can skip that fight. There is a way to like jump up ahead of time, but much like the stuff before, if you don't kill that splicer, then one of the doors later on is locked and you can't get past it. So you just can't skip the area.
In there?
I mean, it's quick enough where it's not worth skipping, but
Infiltrated Dionysus Park. His death is our rebirth. The life of the people's daughter is in your hands.
So we can see the baby all the time.
They're gonna buy more drill fuel, so why not? Gotta stock up.
Look at this, Paul. We're gonna be rich.
So what we're gonna do is activate this door. We're gonna set up. We're gonna do a dire skip here.
the point of backing up here is just for timing the diary skip, by the way. So that ideally, as you're walking through the door, that's when the diary is going to start. It's just timed based off of once the door is active, the door opens, and then a couple seconds later, you get the message. So you just back up far enough to kind of visualize when the diary is going to happen instead of just randomly guessing.
Oh, you got special problems, huh?
This is the idea behind it. Like, as you're going through the doorway, that's when you play your message.
Little too late.
But it's also based off of when you save. So.
Some of the messages have a little bit of delay before they actually start playing, so it makes you think you get them if you try to go too fast when you actually don't.
Yeah, this message is playing really early.
Alright, there we go.
Is it alright if I read a couple donations real quick?
Maybe just one.
Okay. We have a $10 donation from Decided Sloth saying, "What's up, Scrub Thunder? Sloth here. I'm pretty disappointed I can't be there for your run, but we'll be sure to catch up Thursday. Remember not to sloth it."
I just realized that's also the first donation that they read there. Interesting. Because there was way more time in this run for it. And the one donating, Decided Sloth, was Dishonored Runner back in the day. If people were around way back then, he was the Dishonored Runner to him and Fearful Ferret.
Alright, so we're gonna pick up a really useful weapon.
I got called Scrub Thunder a lot back in the
Here,
day.
the
When Scrub was more of a common word.
It's not gonna be useful here.
Maybe just
But
one.
once we get into the end game, it becomes the most useful weapon you can imagine. So we're gonna activate this goal, and we're gonna come over here and do a death warp.
Okay, we had the death warp here.
Hopefully these splicers.
I'm actually surprised at how much tech was in the run
Guns,
back then.
a really fun quest.
People still say Scrub, but it's not as prevalent as it was in like 2014.
So our mission here is to interact with three little sisters, meaning either save or harvest them. And in order to do that, I need to take out the big...
I'm just going to keep cutting myself off here. This is one level where theoretically you can skip it. You don't need to interact with these little sisters. The lever on the train is interactable. You'd have to find a way to clip into the train, though, is the only thing stopping it. But this is one section where that's not, you know, you're not hard locked out of it until you complete the quest line.
Daddies. The one on the left here will die in one hit, and he actually doesn't have a little sister. If you manage to save him from the splicers, you can actually get him to draw a little sister out of hiding. The one unfortunate thing is I ran out of Eve.
Eve is a very big problem in Dionysus Park. Usually you buy Eve nowadays in Siren's Alley, and you buy some more later on in Dionysus Park, but yeah, this is still an issue in the current route, obviously, because not a whole lot's different, but Eve is the biggest concern, because you just use so many plasmids for combat.
But luckily there's some armor-piercing rounds right here.
Out of the three main games, BioShock 1's the most fun to run. The least amount of downtime.
So at this point, you might ask yourself, is he harvesting the little sister to save time, or is it for more Adam like I need it in Ryan's Amusement? This one's actually for speed. Although the saving animation is faster, you have to take him to an air vent to make that actually happen.
There's three sisters here. The first one, I believe you still need to harvest because you buy stuff from the thing right away, and I think you need all the extra atom from it. Yeah, I think I'll just explain it here in a second. The save animation is technically faster than the harvest animation, but you can only do the save animation if you pick them up and take them to an air vent, which ends up meaning you're adding more time to the animation, therefore it's going to be slower. So just harvesting is always the way to go, unless you happen to accidentally pick them up, in which case you have to take them to the air vent either way, and then the save animation is going to be faster.
Happen, so unless they're on the way, it's faster to harvest. So because we did the dire skip before, Eleanor's not actually speaking, which makes this cutscene a little awkward.
There's a interesting thing you can do with these Eleanor cutscenes, which I don't know if there's ever a proper ruling on it, but I think it was just like unwritten rule that you're not allowed to do it. If you Alt-Tab, the game like pauses, it loses focus, but it's still like running the cutscene. So whenever you tab back in, it speeds up the finish really, really quickly. It's like in-game time, you technically are like paused. But in real time, you know, it's the same amount, but the game speeds up the match. If that makes any sort of sense. You have to submit every time. Nobody gets invited for a GDQ run.
I wonder what's going on.
Anyone who's ever been on a GDQ run or
Now
had a GDQ run has submitted it.
We're gonna buy
to my knowledge.
Really cool Plasmid Scout.
Winter Blast
2. Although we haven't used Winter Blast all that much, it's gonna be.
No, a lot of at this time in-game timers just like weren't a thing. Just everyone used RTA. I don't know when like the big convergence over happened. I don't know when those really start to take off, but pretty much everything at this point was RTA.
Become important just a little bit. For now, we still need electrical. So here I'm going to buy drill fuel, but I'm also going to buy Eve, because if you may notice,
I think like if it was really close in terms of records, you would go back and take out the load screens in post, like open it up in a video editor, and then, you know, like count the frames and stuff. I remember doing that back in the day for BioShock 1. At some point, I remember doing that and seeing like exactly what the difference was. But like actually using a live split in-game timer was much later. There weren't a whole lot of people that knew how to make them. And if they did, there was more popular games. The thing is, more popular games at this point in time were console games, which just don't use in-game timers because the fact that they're on console and not PC.
Alright, so I actually am going to save this little sister, because it's like...
I'm trying to remember the first time I used like an in-game timer for something.
This allows us to choose whether we get the good or bad ending.
I don't remember what it was. No idea. It's probably BioShock at some point.
Normally I would drill dash here, but that splicer spawned, so I would just hit him. So once again, we get a nice little cutscene.
More exposition.
This part actually explains how Eleanor became your little sister. And they try to make Stanley out like a bad guy, but in reality, he's the one that brought you two together, so...
So you're saying he's an anti-hero?
Is he?
Good question.
World may never know. So we're going to just buy a little bit more drill fuel. Anytime we can stock up, it's better to do so. That's two of the little sisters that we need to grab. Last one is over here. First, we're going to open up this. Because it's a very slow-moving gate, so it's better to open it.
Anytime you see that happen, me just swinging, that's me trying to do a drill dash and just failing mechanically to do it.
It's a very slow-moving gate, so it's better to open it early and get it on the way back. And finally, this little sister we're gonna harvest once again, just so it's faster.
That splicer just now really wanted some pain.
I think I tried to drill dash there. Maybe? Like an idiot? Maybe not. You never want to drill dash into these
Stanley's
cutscenes.
Gonna flood the place, which leads to Dionysus Park being what it
You
is.
just don't get
Wow, what a
the
jerk.
full use out of it.
Alright, so we're pretty much done with Stanley at this point. Just need to head back to the train station.
For the most part, the drill dash is on point. I'm really curious how this is a 121. Gotta be stuff later on.
So typically there's a diary message right before you get on the train. And in the old method before the diary script that we have now, you'd have to manually skip it, which would lead to a crash in like every third run. So now that we do the diary script, that's not an issue. Unfortunately, we still did crash earlier.
Oh well.
Now for Fontaine Futuristics, probably one of my favorite stages. There's actually two halves to it. The first half is pretty tricky. The second half is all about fighting. So we'll see how it goes.
If I'm right,
And the second half gets entirely skipped now.
Adam to force all Rapture's minds and memories into the
So we're gonna pick
poor
up
girl.
one last tonic, which any
Lamb
research we've
reckons it'll
done,
make that child a
like
saint.
getting more
Now,
damage against one
Eleanor's in a
enemy,
deep,
that's
dark
amplified,
place
so
beneath Fontaine
does a little bit
headquarters,
more
and to
damage.
keep you alive, we need to sneak in and
There's
find
actually a
her.
nifty trick you can do here to keep your drill out, so you can drill dash.
October 9th.
Unfortunately, it messes up the setup for the next diary skip. So.
My name
So I talked about earlier, like doing diaries at the beginning of a stage because we just always know when they're going to happen. You can't really do that with this one at all. I mean, you can, but it's way worse. So to do it consistently where we do the diary skip, if you're speedrunning through here and you're drill dashing, then the audio messages stack up and you can't really do the skip effectively because it's going to get delayed, and then you just have to randomly guess when the message is going to end. So instead of actually running through here as fast as we possibly can, we just kind of walk around and see. Even sometimes if I walk too fast, I'll sit right by the lever for the next part until he says last ditch, and then that's a good time, ideally, to kind of set things up.
Alexander. And by the time you hear this, I will be clinically.
So it's actually like playing slower so that you can go
While
faster in the
underwater,
end.
do the tonic as well as the research you gained from the spider splicer still?
Yeah, so you want to hit that essentially right when he says around last ditch, and you're good to go. At least that's the way I do it. I think some people have different setups for this. But
No, I don't think so.
It doesn't?
Actually,
My next message awaits you beyond the security checkpoint. The bioscan will ensure.
So I'm going to do a quick save right after this message pops up. I'm actually going to do another quick save once I enter the room, and that's just the setup I have for it. I don't know why.
yeah, this is like, you can do this in one, but it's more of just setting up that visual cue for consistency's sake. All right, this is your average timing. If you do a save here and then walk forward, save again, when you walk halfway up the stairs, you're going to be good to go. Is kind of just the setup for things.
I just find it easier with 2 quick saves than 1.
And having a second save shortens the time per attempt.
A little too soon.
If you save too close to the message will play. Once you load in, there's a certain time before you can play your diary message. And if the radio message plays within that window, you just physically can't skip it, and then therefore you can't do the diary skip. And the only way it is like the load an autosave or a previous save and try again. So you want to have some space, but you want to have enough space between the load and the radio message to get in your diary at the same time. It's really complicated. Try to get it like frame perfect. This has always just
This
been
is
the
probably
hardest.
the most important diary skip to get because it actually works for both halves of Fontaine Futuristics. So it extends over a long period of time. So
nice job.
Finally got it.
The most important one because it skips the most dialogue, and it's the hardest one to do because it's in such a weird spot. And based on how you walk through there and time the message, it's going to be varied every single time.
Typically, I would actually buy stuff here first and then do the fight. But I found that doing it, the fight first and then getting stuff is actually better. We're going to put down some trap rivets. They're fun.
Great commentary there.
And this is kind of where Winter Blast is going to take over as the main plasmid of choice.
I'm really surprised they let me commentate so much. Like, not comment, like, they didn't interrupt with donations or ask for more donations here and there. He asked for the one. He could fit it in. But there's a lot of downtime in here, and if I ran BioShock 2 again, I would definitely give them, like, hey, this is a good time for donations. Like, there's a lot of times when you're spending just in fights or traveling from one area to the next where you could fill time, and I could definitely do it, but I don't know. There also, I mean, there is definitely way less donations. We checked it earlier, but this GDQ, based on the description, raised $710,000 as opposed to the 2.5 to 3 million that they raise now. So there's on average less donations, but yeah, maybe they just didn't have any like urgent ones to read. But there is still, much like BioShock 1, and I don't remember if we watched Quantum Conundrum or not. I think I did, from HGQ 2014. But there is a lot of radio silence. There's not a lot of commentary going on, backup couch, which I don't really ever expect my couch to heavily commentate unless it's a very popular run, which I haven't really done any of those. And there's nothing really happening in the game besides the fighting. Could definitely fit in a donation in there.
We actually gave up a plasmid earlier that we're going to get back, and that's telekinesis, because we need it for a certain skip. We're actually going to get rid of Electrobolt, which is one of the main plasmids.
I probably said this for BioShock 1 and like the previous runs I watched, but I'm remembering these runs way worse. Because I've just never really been comfortable with like watching myself back in terms of runs or just in anything really. You know, the sound of my own voice, just like looking at me is painful. Seeing me 7 years ago. But my commentary is actually a lot better than I've given it credit for over the years. Like I can explain things better. I could explain them more in depth. I could just talk about actual stuff and just kind of giving non-answers for half the questions asked, but it's still better than what I thought. So that's cool to see at least.
Like I said, Winter Blast takes over from this point, so. So I need to start setting up for probably the hardest Alpha Daddy.
The moral of the story is have more confidence in yourself.
Fight in the game.
All right. Take anything away from the stream, it's that.
You might think I'm being sarcastic. That's not sarcasm in the slightest. This will probably be the hardest Big Daddy fight in the game. So this bot can actually set off those proxy mines. If I stand on that floor down there, it'll be too close.
You can actually skip this message as well, just playing a diary over top of it. It for a long time was thought it was just a hard-coded message, kind of like some of the ones before. And you just had to let it play out. There's no way to skip it. But even if you do an all-in-one diary, if you play the diary again over Alex's message, then it gets skipped, which is cool. It's like adding to it. Whoop. Whoop.
If I stand up here.
Nice job. Never gets old.
And like I said, that's the hardest Alpha Daddy fight in the game, so you can just imagine what the rest are like.
I couldn't tell.
How long would it take without the setup?
Without using the proxy mines, it just depends on what you want to use. The proxy mines won't ever kill him, because you can't die until he like, fully spawns in, which is why I need to hit him with something else.
I don't think that's true. I think that was proven wrong. I think you can kill him if you put down like trap rivets as well, maybe? I might be wrong in saying that it's wrong. I don't remember. I don't think that's correct.
I just used the machine gun.
I don't know.
All the stuff I just picked up I probably won't need, but old habits die hard.
I think this is another spot, even if you can clip into this room, you can't use the switch inside until you've done the previous quest line. Because once you get in there, you have to wait for it anyways. So like, even if you could clip through the map or do something crazy, like just, there'd be no use for it.
Alright. So in this part, we're supposed to take out 4 signal relays. The first 3 are really easy. The 4th one's actually hidden behind a wave of fights.
I want to see my computer skip.
Little surprise for that. It's probably really the only skip that is iffy in a run. Dire skips are inconsistent, but they're not too bad. We'll see what happens when we get there. We're gonna head upstairs first, pick up some proxy mines. You may notice a little timer on the left. That's setting off a security alarm. The security alarm in this stage actually goes off by default. You can't actually control it. So.
Audio balancing is great. You can definitely tell what you're saying.
Luckily, the bots never catch up to us. We're just fast.
Death warp here. Yeah, not a lot has changed in terms of strats in the past 7 years.
The first 3 relays, we can go for the 4th. So we're gonna bring this sign with us and just throw it down the stairs. We actually need that sign to be knocked over. Next, we need the turret. And the turret's really the key to this whole thing.
Started building. Oh, we got.
Well, that's a problem.
Yeah, and they probably
sometimes even through a death warp, splicers and big.
That's really unfortunate because it's not even just the splicers, which is usually the problem. The splicers track onto you. The Alpha Daddy came down as well, which just is going to completely wreck your setup entirely and just take forever. And you can't. I mean, the setup's already wrecked, but you saw, like, for a brief second, I pulled out the grenade launcher when he showed up.
Well, that's a problem.
That was a brief moment of, like, this would kill him, being in Winter Blast and then shoot a grenade, but it would, if the sign and the turret weren't messed up yet, shooting a grenade here would absolutely wreck it, just, like, guaranteed. And you can't see it on the right, so it's like, maybe it survived. Maybe I'm hopeful in thinking that. Let me switch to something a little safer.
Sometimes even through a death warp, splicers and big baddies will still.
Usually if you just pop down a decoy upstairs, which I don't think I did. Let's see. When you're running past this guy, if you pop a decoy in here, that usually prevents it.
The security alarm.
Yeah, if you prop a decoy in front of that guy, right there. He's the one that runs down the stairs.
The first 3. Bring this sign with us. Next, we need the turret. Well, that's a problem. Sometimes even through a death warp, splicers and big baddies will still find you, so. Typically, when you die, all their attraction gets lost.
Actually, the stuff is in place.
Okay. So now we need our last
Wow.
find. Luckily, they didn't knock over.
I can't believe that stuff is still there.
Like I said, we actually need this one to be on its side, so kind of toss it around.
That's incredible. That's not knocked over.
If everything went right, we can just jump on top of these. Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Now we need to set up. There we go.
Nice shot.
And while I'm waiting, I'm just gonna hack that.
It's really not worth hacking this. I mean, I can, but I also failed the hack, which is great. Jesus Christ, for?
That.
Oh, me saying it now, forgetting this so cleanly.
Everything went right.
Like,
we can just jump on top of it.
signs of not getting knocked over, just getting this first try. Wow,
Now we
like,
need to set up.
any hesitation.
Nice shot.
It's
That.
like theater skip is the scariest and most soul-crushing skip in BioShock 2. Yeah. Not even how quickly it was, just how clean.
Launcher clip size.
Failed to hack, yeah. We still buy drill fuel from this anyways, and runs
That wasn't
now,
actually
we just
supposed
don't
to
hack
fail
it.
that hack. I just got unlucky. So I mentioned before about a nice trick to keep your drill. So if we just use Scout, which makes our...
Oh, yeah, I used decoy here.
Okay.
Did I?
Makes our character come out of his own body. Use Scout, which makes our a nice
I thought I
trick
used,
to keep
okay.
your drill.
I thought I used decoy.
So if we just use Scout,
Don't mind
which
me.
makes our character come out of his own body. Yeah, gotta keep her drill. Okay.
Good game.
So now we're gonna go into the second half, which is a little bit more fun, in my opinion.
Pretty much all of this area gets skipped nowadays. Like the very beginning fight, you go from the beginning to the end of this area.
First, we need to turn on the lights. There we go. Because I'm afraid of the dark.
Oh, yeah. So this was before, you can see it in the bottom right of the game feed. Like the Steam overlay stuff, this is when it was kind of more of a prevalent thing because it just, smaller events didn't really know of it happening. And I think what happened actually is I had it turned off to begin with, but whenever the game crashed, it like switched some setting. So the Steam overlay started popping up again. And that happens here. So I think it happened at SGDQ. And then, like, going forward, they're like, all right, make sure you kind of turn it off and do the check. Anytime you do a run at a GDQ now, especially if you do a PC run, they'll make sure that you go through and turn off Steam Overlay or you're not on French chat. So if people want to send these troll messages, troll invites, they don't show up anymore.
We hack that for later. We have free time here.
But the key is if it happens, you just don't acknowledge it. You don't freak out. You don't make a big deal. If you know how to fix it quickly, you do it. If not, you just ignore it. Because if I sat there and was like, I pointed out like, oh, why am I getting Steam notifications? Guess what would happen in the next 2 minutes? You'd get 50 more Steam notifications. I think I end up getting some more.
So at this
too.
point, we buy Winter Blast 3.
Boom, bam.
Final upgrade.
Get him out of here.
You want to be top man? You want to sit in the big chair? Well, come and take it.
Yeah, sometimes you'll do a GDQ run, and then, like, it'll be turned off and you don't have notifications. But you, like, log into your Steam account later on, you're like, oh, I have 3 invites. Cool. Good shot.
So So, as you can probably tell at this point, we're setting up another death warp. Only this time I don't have Incinerate, so I need to find another way to actually kill myself here.
2 failed drill dashes.
Rocket. The reason I walked around the outside of the room instead of just straight through it is because there's another Vita chamber in that area that you don't want to activate. And just simply walking around the outside prevents that.
No, it's not like big booty stuff. It's more like racist and homophobic slurs. Is what you're gonna get.
A little cutscene from Eleanor, but
Oh hey, more broken dialogue.
So are these cutscenes actually faster with the diary skip, or do they just become silent?
they just become silent.
It's not even like friend notifications popping up. I mean, that could happen, but it's more so people that have like, they invite you to groups that are racist or homophobic or whatever in the title, and then that message will pop up on stream like, hey, you've got an invite from X group. And it's like, well, awesome. Cool.
Stopping you from moving on, the message and the actual cutscene playing out. And we can skip dialogue, but we can't skip the cutscene. So that's why it's silent. They're gonna open up both doors.
Yeah, another one. So at this point, it's like, oh, somebody did it, and now people see, and it's like, oh, well, now we can all do it. It's free reign. I don't know if it gets stopped in this run or not, or if it keeps happening. I don't really remember it being like a prominent thing. The thing is, like, even when it popped up at the 720p, watching it now, it's like I can't even read what it says. I see that it's there, but I have no idea what it says.
I could use another grenade here to make it a little faster, but there's no point in...
Yeah, more recent events, it's become just like you just get flooded with friend requests, even if it's not like a TOS breaking username or whatever. It's just like, oh, hey, this person's on Steam. Let me get my name on screen by sending a friend request, and just, haha, memes.
Wasting them. Because I will actually need grenades for this fight.
It's less about sending a message and just spamming instead.
How long have you been running BioShock 2?
I've been running BioShock 2 for probably close to a year or so, but I didn't seriously pick it up until after SGDQ.
So I think like right around the time Infinite was coming out, I switched over to running BioShock 2. It was like within the same couple of months. I didn't even play Infinite until months after it came out, because I was like, well, I could play Infinite, but I could also just like work on speedrunning BioShock 2 and just focusing on that instead, and I'll get to Infinite eventually, which is kind of weird to think about nowadays. Like a new game comes out in the series, I'm gonna play it.
The container,
day one.
Which contains all of his loot, but
yeah, Laz does he's a pretty good job
sometimes
of
even if they
asking questions.
he goes flying off.
Especially for parts where I'm not talking, like this part where I'm just doing combat and it's pretty trivial stuff. Like having a simple question like give more insight on either the run or the runner themselves is nice. Anytime I'm on a couch, which is pretty rare, like asking a question of like, why did you decide to pick this up? Why, why this category? How long, how did you get into it? Stuff like that is just a really easy way for people to talk about something for a little bit without having to think too much. Because most people know why they picked up a run or they like a game or something like that. It's just an easy topic they don't have to think about the answer for.
There's one. The reason I want those is for the money. Well, we don't need a whole lot. We still need some.
If you're like trying to run a game and you're trying to actively think about what's happening in the moment, and someone asks you a question that you really have to think about, it's like your mind just kind of melts for a second. You're just like, maybe, and then either you mess up the run or you don't end up answering the question the way you should. Something like
Some
that.
splicers love the roaming Big Daddy in this area. Yep, now he's gonna be mad at us. That's the fight. Nothing too impressive. He's still mad at us. I mean,
It's not even like pre-Beanie, because I had Beanie well before then. I just didn't wear it for this, which is very rare BT for sure. But the same Beanie I'm wearing, I've had this for like 8 or 9 years now, which is insane.
class does not hold him for very long, so.
Yeah, it was Wolfenstein. Wolfenstein the Old Blood. The Barrel of Magic. I think it was more than 5 minutes. It was like a 10-minute ordeal. Watch it at some point, but... yeah, I don't really care that Ken's not going to be a part of it. To be honest with you.
You may be wondering why I don't use the scout.
Like, I'm honestly, I'm more excited that he's not a part of it going forward. Like, if he was like an executive producer, kind of like over everything, kind of helping out a little bit with the story and keeping things in line, but like in terms of gameplay, 2, which he was not a part of, has the best gameplay by far. Infinite, which was his latest project, had the worst gameplay by far. And in the stories that have come out from Infinite's development on like changing his mind and a whole lot of other stuff, like it's probably for the best.
Key my drill again. There's just no reason.
Channel no longer exists. Whoa.
Want to be effective.
This was back before before I got partnered. This was my username. 0s instead of O's and the underscore. And then, like, right as I got partnered, I was like, all right, change this. I sent him an email. I was like, change this. This is like the whole reason I want to be partnered, is so I can get my username changed. And then, like 1 or 2 more events after I got partnered, they still use the same link, because the Twitch link for a long time was just tied to your GDQ account, and you couldn't update it. So I eventually just made a new GDQ account and started submitting through that instead, which they grabbed my right URL.
Seems like a very short distance.
Not a bad Fontaine Future 6.2. Something we haven't done in this run, which I noticed it in Atlantic Express and now here, is we're not picking up more subsequent diary messages, which really don't matter too much, but it always has seemed easier to get diary skips when you have a more recent diary for whatever reason. Like, the same diary makes it harder if you just keep using the same one over and over. If you get a new one, it seems to work better. So we just, like, anytime we watch a BioShock 2 run, you're just constantly picking up new diary messages along the way. Don't know if that's true or not, but...
What is your PB for this game, by the way?
My personal best and current record is 1:16:32, but
1:16.
Since my record, we found about 1.5 minutes worth of time savers and some optimizations, so...
What's a good guess that you...
I think my PB nowadays is like a 1:13. This is also real time instead of end game time, so it's a little bit different. But man, 1:16, that's crazy.
Say this time can go as low as possible, assuming tricks aren't found for it in the future.
If you manage to actually get first try diary skips for everything, you can get like a 1:12.
We're finally
1:12.
But getting first try diary skips is not a pleasant thing.
Wasn't this game at 1.2 hours?
Before I picked up the game, the current, like, the best on YouTube I could find was like a 212.
Oof.
Wow.
So whenever I picked this game up, it was pretty much just segmented runners, much like BioShock 1. Anything that was like a single segment run was just someone kind of uploading their casual playthrough. Like maybe they'd played it a couple times. Besides that, the current record for any percent, by the way, is a 107. In-game time, real time 109. Just for sake of comparison. In 7 years, it's dropped 7 minutes. Dropped a minute per year. It's not bad for a speedrun.
That wasn't really an actual speedrun.
Let's play.
Yeah. Pretty much. So now we're just going to drill dash through all of this.
Father, come quickly. I'm trapped in a cage.
So if you don't want spoilers for this game, you probably want to turn away now, because we actually have to sit through some, and we can't skip them.
Have you any idea what my daughter...
So these tables that are flying around can actually throw me into a wall.
I envy
Keep me
your
stunned for a bit.
Yeah, okay.
You still believe.
For a long time, a part of the run was dealing with the double big sister fight here. I was wondering if, I mean, the only reason you really buy Scout, the only reason we started buying Scout is for this trick to work.
Any magic tables, right?
So like, once we bought that, it's kind of confirmed, but I just wasn't sure.
You can actually do a similar sort of thing, but something you may not know is you can actually skip this fight here, which is typically two big sisters. By using Scout, you clip far enough into the room that you hit the trigger for this cutscene. And you're still going to hear Sinclair say you need to like, activate the lever.
Use the controls to break the quarantine seal.
That's because he still thinks I haven't activated and fought him, but I'm already past that part. He comes in really late here.
Wonder what this is. Must be plot.
And she has been watching you ever since, exalting your every act as gospel.
What are you waiting for, kid?
Yeah, there's Sinclair.
The girl lying on that bed is no longer my child, nor my life's
The plot.
She is a monster, shaped by you alone.
Yo, no problems. No, enjoy it.
Just as she
What are you waiting for, kid?
20 seconds remaining.
Yeah,
But
it's
there is one
complete silence. Like
Also,
even
the bear in the corner is just seeing too much.
Your
Communist
body
Teddy.
was designed
even though there's like plot stuff,
when
like
our heart ceases
could very easily read donations over top of this. There's
Eleanor,
nothing going on. Or I could, what I would usually do now is if there's not donations, I would just explain what's happening in the story.
Yeah, it's done.
Why we're here,
We're done.
what this means, stuff like that.
That must be the bad ending.
his body is shutting down now, naturally. But if
There's kind of a fun fact about this part that really doesn't make any sense whatsoever. When I gain back my vision here, I'll be facing towards the wall. After we go through the next section, I'll actually be back in this area facing the opposite way. But our character can't actually move as he's restrained to a table, so
it's
somebody
me,
came in the room, turned him
Eleanor.
180 and left.
I'm so sorry. Mother stopped my heart long enough to sever our bond. Staying near me won't stop you from dying now. Or worse. But I can still help you escape. This little sister's brought you something that will allow you to take control of her.
So I think everyone that plays this game can pretty much agree this is like the best part of BioShock 2. Now we get to play as the little sister. She's not actually as much fun as you would think. She can't jump, she can't sprint, she can't crouch, she can't do a whole lot of things.
I know this feels a bit
So
strange,
bad from
Father,
speedrunning.
but now you can see through her eyes and tell her where to go.
Also, this is the
is
part
how
where
I
Eleanor
brought you
just
back
loves
without
to
Mother
talk.
catching on. Now, first, let's get you out of here.
This whole section,
Skip here that saves like almost no time at all.
this whole the whole Little Sister section, it could just be donations, honestly. You're just running through collecting stuff. That's all there is, and it's just like a couple of minutes of it.
But you get the benefit of not having to listen to Eleanor talk, so
Inside Mother's
it's almost
office,
worth going
there's a
for.
way to unlock these chambers she's holding us in. Find a way to slip in there.
I guess they just weren't as proactive about asking read comment or
Now we're
read
done planning the
donations.
events, we can actually kind of run.
You're in. There should
Just
be a
surprising.
lever in here somewhere. Pull it,
Attention!
and it will
Augustus
unlock
Sinclair
ourselves.
has been sighted
No
within
comments.
the facility. He will attempt to reach subject.
You may notice all these little dolls laying around the area. The bears. We'll see some Big Daddy dolls and some sharks.
I'm going to have to
There's actually a
change
really sad
to
truth
be like you.
involving the dolls.
From here,
I'll
you
point
should
out.
be able to locate the pieces
So
of a
there's a
big
Big Daddy
sister
doll
suit.
with his drill and
Please,
everything.
bring them to me. There's a piece of the suit in here, Father. Find the rest and bring them back to me.
This area has a lot of edges to get stuck on, so you kind of have to be careful.
10
There's some
years,
sharks.
Father. Stuck in this fever dream. Mother kept me sedated in order to perfect my mind with Adam. To her, the ideal child is a genius, serving the common good.
Alright, when I go to get
without
this next
questioning
piece
it.
of armor,
You
just pay
have
attention to this
saved me
corner.
from that.
I mean, just the camera's desynced overall. If you look at like my mouth moving and the words coming out, it's just desynced altogether.
You're gonna notice that there's a Big Daddy doll over in that corner. Now that we're back in Rapture, it's just a pile of rocks.
In part. As they
Every
grew
doll
up
you
in
see is just a
Rapture,
pile of
I
rocks.
feel it all. When you were with the little ones, they trusted you as their father because of me.
So now we're done collecting everything, we can just go
Mother
back to
was
Eleanor.
right about one thing. I have been watching you, Father, studying the way you have treated others, and now I know who I am. I survive, no matter the cost, just as you have.
This is also like the point in time where every GDQ had a different setup in terms of audio and mics and like cameras and the capture cards and everything. So there's just like tech issues all over the place because it's teaching people who are just volunteers showing up like, hey, I'm here to help out, tech that is brand new for the setup and all this stuff. So it's people that really don't know what they're doing fully, working with new equipment. There's always some sort of tech issue related to that.
So this, what I'm about to do, is perfectly natural. That is much better. Ready now.
So, like I mentioned before, after we come back to our character, we're actually facing away from the wall.
These suits always did remind me of you,
But
Father.
for now, we're going to get a really cool
The skin
plasmid
of a born
that we're
survivor.
only going to use once.
And now I'm ready to fight at your side.
Because Eleanor
Mother
actually
doesn't
kind of gets in the
stand a
way later
chance.
on.
Take this plasmid. You can use it to call me to your side in a fight.
So what we need Eleanor to do here is actually go after the two splicers. Because I need to take out the two groups.
A fun fact about the Eleanor plasmid is it will just use up whatever Eve you have left in your current bar. It doesn't take a certain percentage. It just whatever you have left of your current Eve bar, it'll just take all of that. So if you want to like really optimize your Eve count for whatever reason, you would get it as low as possible using other plasmids and other means before you use Eleanor, so that it effectively costs the least amount to use. Never useful for like any real situation, but I guess if you're playing on harder difficulties and you're doing something challenging, there you go.
And she did not do her job.
Subject Delta, I know you can hear me.
So I've been mentioning a lot
have
about
stolen my
the more
life's
consistent type diary skips, and we're actually going to do
my
one
only
here.
daughter.
It's pretty much the only one
But
left
Rapture
in the game.
is the house of monsters. The surface will not have us. And now,
So in order to do it, I need to wait for the message to pop up, which is going to be Eleanor's next
side
message
by
after this. Once that happens, I'm going to quick save, quick load, and then play a diary over top of it.
Oh God, she's going to drop this building into the trench.
Persephone, secret home of Sinclair Solutions. I bet against Andy Ryan's vision of harmony and rapture.
I feel like we don't have the quick strats for the end, for the final level.
So this diary skip is actually kind of weird because it's based on movement and not in time, which makes it a little bit easier to get, but it's still a diary skip.
This diary skip should theoretically be the most consistent to get because it's going to be the same every time. It's based on when you move. So the timing's always the same, but it ends up being the hardest for whatever reason. It's like the tightest timing in the end. Not a single first try. Damn. Hate to see it. It's another spot where like the loading in and the message playing becomes a problem because if you load in and you're holding forward, you activate the message before you have a chance to play your diary. So you have to like wait for a brief moment of time before you walk forward and activate it so you can play your message.
You seem really frustrating.
She really wants her dialogue.
Yep.
She needs her limelight. Last chance, kid.
There we go.
Nice.
Now we're done with that part, we can actually get to speedrunning again. I'm gonna try to hit this target, and I actually missed. Good job. I need to hack this vending machine because I'm gonna use it multiple times. I don't want to pay for the extra fuel.
So if you hack a vending machine, things get cheaper. And because you're kind of limited on the amount of money that you get from the whole area, and you need a lot of fuel, hacking it makes it cheaper. And if you have an auto-hack dart, you can do it right away when you're waiting. And it's pretty much just free money, free time save.
If I need it, it's a little bit of ammo. I actually don't need a whole lot of ammo. I need just enough to get by.
So I don't think we have the fast fight strats. I think they were found much
If you drill dash
later.
right as you open the door, you actually get stuck in that little red ring. But if you back up from the door and then drill dash into it, you actually slide further. It's a pretty nifty thing. So here's Sinclair, the guy that's been leading us. He's kind of like a boss, but unlike Simon Wells, who we fought earlier, he actually doesn't get any additional health. So he's just a typical alpha daddy. You can probably figure out what that means for him.
Just waiting.
So although we skipped the dialogue here, we still have to wait. It's on.
What are the odds that there's not a single donation read from this point to the end of the game? We just had that one early on from Decided Sloth.
Timer.
I have a feeling that's going to be the case.
There we go.
Unless in the final fight it pops up.
Houdini splicers are just the worst for drill dashing because the second you drill dash, they can appear randomly.
Because this game was really based on consoles first, your drill dash has sort of like an aim assist to it. It kind of locks on to splicers. So if Houdini Splicer's trying to spawn in, technically it's already in the map in a certain spot. It just hasn't like fully appeared. So you can really just lock onto them really, really early before you even know they're there and just drill dash straight into them, which is just terrible.
So we're gonna take a little detour and get some fuel. Typically there's some money there as well, but that's okay.
Yeah, that room can spawn a whole bunch of stuff. You're only looking for drill fuel and money because those are obviously very important. Drill fuel for moving around, drill dashing, and money so that you can buy more drill fuel. For some reason, it's not consistent.
Oh, there you go.
Good thing he's synchro.
Security curfew. Sealing security office temporarily.
You can actually do a death warp and get out of here a little quicker, but we kind of need the supplies, so instead of saving the extra second, I just gear up. Unfortunately, there is no death warp back. This area is very well protected in that term. By the time that you can actually death warp back, it's just faster to walk.
Those big daddies were not having it.
Yeah, that alarm meant nothing because there's a way to turn it off right there.
I mean, it means nothing regardless. I guess you can pay to turn it off. That's the thing.
Alright, so that's part 1 of this section. There's 3 parts to it. I need to make sure I have 2 heat-seeking rockets here for 2 of the enemies.
2 rockets?
This is actually a relatively new strat. Pretty consistent.
This is not a sermon.
Rockets.
I will offer no insight.
You know what? We use 1 rocket for the first guy.
You already know.
So use a rocket.
On top of this bed and,
You have the fast strat then. I don't use the heat-seeking rocket here? Oh.
Oh, that's good.
Okay, well we half knew about the strats. You skipped this entire thing now. So we didn't know about skipping it, obviously, by just looking at their spawn points. But we knew where they spawn, so you just get up here to kill them much quicker. Yeah, it's for the brute and then the, I think, other alpha daddy that spawns. I guess rockets are the best way to deal with that. Music's too loud, oh my god.
these fights actually get quicker and quicker, so the next one's going to be even faster if done right. Drill up one last time. So there is no, like, boss at the end of this game. There's just, like, a wave of enemies after we get through this part, of course. But it's a little disappointing, as you'll see. So I want to slide far enough here to get to this corpse. Saves a few seconds.
My commentary is like almost there. There's like snippets of like decent commentary, but then it's like falls flat. Like I talked about, oh, there's there's a wave at the end, which I don't really need to bring up until I get there. I'm just like, they'll just be disappointing, and I don't elaborate any further there. I just mentioned like sliding, but I don't mention why the sliding is important because you get stuck in place during that part.
Wake up! Why don't you wake up?
So this alpha daddy here doesn't actually care about us, so we can just go around him.
I said it earlier, but I'll say it again. My commentary is a lot better than I have ever given it credit for at these early runs. That's because I don't like the sound of my own voice a lot of the times, and I don't like looking at myself from years past. I definitely think I would do a better job on commentary now, obviously 7 years later, but he's doing his best, you know? Really my second time in front of like a big audience like that, commentating a game, and having to deal with the pressure of it and everything. It's not bad. It's pretty good. I'd give it a solid B plus maybe.
I need to make sure he dies so he doesn't mess up what we're about to do.
Yeah, my spaghetti didn't fall in my pockets. Definitely, you know, all that good stuff. Also, I've been trying to pay attention to it in the corner, but like, there's been once that first Steam notification went through, there's like 3 other instances of it, and once again, if you just don't pay attention to it, you don't draw attention. A lot of times you can just avoid stuff like that because the casual audience may not see it. Like they might see a little pop up and then because it's gone, they just don't care. But whatever you're pointing out in your commentary is what people are going to pay attention to because it's what you're talking about. If you don't, if you make a mistake during a run, which is bound to happen, it's like a 5-second time loss. If you just don't mention it at all, literally nobody will know. Nobody will know you made a mistake unless it's blaringly obvious and you like have to reload a save or something like that. But if you just keep talking about what's happening with the run or literally anything else, like it'll just seem like, oh, he's just playing the game, he's just doing the run. But if you're constantly like harping on like the little things that really don't matter in the grand scheme of things to most people watching, because it's a much more casual audience for a GDQ run, and people that probably haven't played the game, or if they have played the game, may not recognize what you're doing or have any idea about what speedrunning is. If you spend the whole run being like, oh, well, I failed this trick, oh, that was kind of sloppy, blah, 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 all people are going to take away from that was it's a sloppy run. Like, yeah, it was fun to watch, but, you know, the runner was kind of sloppy. They're not going to remember the cool stuff you did. Unless you just do something mind-blowing and prove them wrong. But a lot of those, like, cringe compilation runs is because the runner keeps talking about how bad they're doing or that they're going crazy or whatever. Like, really being negative and focusing on the negative parts of the run. Or on the opposite ends, the runs that people remember fondly are the ones where the runner's having fun. They're having fun with their couch. They're showing off stuff really cool, talking about the cool stuff. Stuff like that. Like, if you have a really, really good run and a really flashy, fun run, but you're being Mr. Negative the whole time, it's just not going to go well. On the opposite end, if you have a run that's kind of more comfy, it's not super flashy, it's just a fun BioShock 2 run, but you're constantly having fun, making interesting commentary, talking about the highlights of the game, people are going to come away with that, with a more positive reception to your run.
So I'm going to stand here so I can watch that door. But I need to see if any splicers actually come through it. Oh, 2 did.
Yeah, good fight. How the grenade setups.
Typically you won't get those 2 extra splicers, but
overall, there really hasn't been many changes in terms of the route. Like, pretty much all the skips are in this that we use today. There's obviously the Fontaine Futuristics 2 skip, which skips all of that. There's a faster fight for the second part here, which is a little bit faster, not anything considerable. There's like a strat in Atlantic Express to get out of the elevator a little bit quicker. Really, there's not much of a divergence in 7 years, despite the fact that the record's 7 minutes faster. That is a lot of optimization. Maybe finding ways to do combat a little bit quicker. Things like that. Kind of crazy.
Means they survived the proxy mines.
But then again, we also talked about how it's really hard to break this game because of the way that it's sequenced. That's why there's not like a big 20-minute skippable thing. At the death warp, okay.
This is going to take us back to the main area where we're going to do the quote-unquote final fight.
I'm stepping inside the blast tank, Father.
Alright, so now that we have that going, we're going to come over here and stand on the steps.
There's no going back once
There's actually kind of 2 tricks to do here. So there's 4 points on this fight where things can spawn, and I'm looking at all 4,
Here they come,
so they're not going to spawn.
Hold them off until I can bring it to a boil.
Yeah, this game likes it to, like, it wants splicers to be hidden, like, for them just to pop up. So if you're looking at where their spawn point is, the game will try not to spawn them, which is why the second part is done faster now, because we look directly at where the 2 spawn points are, so the game's just like, hey, we don't want to spawn these enemies because you're looking at right where they would spawn, so you can just go ahead and move on. That's the case for a lot of the enemies here, except for the 2 alpha dies, which I think I mentioned. But yeah, there's like 2 spots on each side of the map where they tend to spawn in. Eventually the game will spawn in something, because it just wants you to fight. You just can't avoid that entirely.
So typically on the right side is where the alpha daddy spawn, on the left is where the splicer spawn. If I do this for long enough, it'll actually make them spawn like behind me, down here. So at this point I'm just going to move on. Go off the second trick.
So the idea behind this, like, it doesn't matter. This fight is just on a timer anyways. But the reason behind doing that is because typically what's going to spawn in is you're going to have 2 alpha daddies, and you'll have like 3 regular splicers. And the alpha daddies want to approach you in like melee range. So it's really easy to put down a decoy and have them just focus on that, and then you're just free to stand wherever you want, and you don't take damage, you don't have to worry about dying or healing or anything like that. If the splicers are in, they attack from range because they have guns. And so they'll just, even though there's a decoy, a lot of times they'll walk around the arena because they have range, and they'll end up shooting you, and it just becomes a real hassle. So rather than dealing with that, you try to unload the splicers and just have the alpha daddies in.
So a really nice thing about this fight is it's entirely on a timer, meaning I don't need a fight at all, which is why we have decoy. So there's a splicer. There's his target.
This is one of the guys that you would, obviously you want to stand where the next interactable is going to be, which is the switch. But it's also right in the middle of the room, so something with range likes to really shoot you there.
Target.
Even though there's a decoy.
So I could actually fight these splicers and I want to make a difference, but if you kill this wave, you spawn in a wave consisting of Houdini splicers and brutes, which is not fun for anybody. So I'm actually going to get something back here.
I don't know why I did this.
So where I need to actually be is in the middle, but
I think I pulled out electro bolts that could shock the pipes when they break. It's like a little bit of extra damage.
Really matter. I'm just gonna kill him anyways.
There's also a strat if you don't feel like just messing with decoy or anything like that. You can die and just sit in the Vita chamber. It'll continue the fight. The only reason I don't really like that strat is because then you have to kind of figure out the timing of when you need to get out of the Vita chamber and walk up to the top. Or you just like wait long enough, and then once it's active, you exit and walk up, which is losing time. I just prefer to be on the top part of the map. But I know some other runners use the Vita chamber to make things less frustrating to deal
This is
with, I guess.
typically why you don't spawn in brutes. They're just a pain to deal with.
There's literally nothing being said for like a full minute here. No commentary, no couch commentary, no donations. Nothing.
You just need to put down that last decoy. Should be about done. And time.
Woo!
Alright.
That's the guy? Alright, that's a time.
And do we have a winner for the bid war?
Oh, did it?
The winner for the good end versus bad end is... Oh, 1 second, let me refresh. It actually ended up a lot closer than it was before. It is the bad ending.
Alright.
Wow.
Oh well.
What jerk.
It's kind of surprising because every time I do a run, people want to see the good ending. Nobody likes the bad ending, so...
Maybe people want to live on the edge this time.
The bad ending wins.
Yeah. There's actually kind of two endings. One is based upon how you interact with the people, being Grace, Sinclair, not Sinclair.
Choose the bad ending? No.
Stanley and Gil.
So I'm kind of talking about here, how you deal with the people determines that. But the end you just kind of always get to choose based on how you interact with the little sisters. I kind of spaced out during Dionysus Park. I don't know if I saved one. Usually you save one in Dionysus Park, or at least the old route used to. So you got that choice. I think you still technically get it, because we didn't interact with that many little sisters.
Which is this part with...
I want to say if we interacted with one more, you would always get the bad ending, but maybe
Lamb.
not.
And then the actual choice that we get to make at the end.
And then, Father, the rapture dream was over. You taught me.
Yeah, what Eleanor does here with Sophia is based on just the route, because we don't interact with Grace or Alexander. Well, we kind of do. All that good stuff.
And wrong are tidal forces, ever shifting.
Then the end is based on
To survive in
the
rapture,
little sisters.
Father, you took what you
So since we
needed
let
from
them
the
all
innocent.
live,
But when the guilty
Eleanor
posed
doesn't kill
no
Lamb
further
here.
threat, you simply walked away. I wanted Mother dead. But broken as she was, how could she hurt me? Now, she will grow.
She doesn't kill her, but she kind of just doesn't help her either.
I rejected
Just
her.
lets her drown. She remains a neutral.
What a
walks
cruel
away.
fate.
I'm pretty sure if you kill all of the NPCs along the way, then she just actually kills her there. Yeah, so it's not even just like bad or good ending. You get like the good ending, the bad ending, and then like a good bad ending. Like if you save all the little sisters, you get like the super happy, positive one. If you harvest all of them, then you can make the choice, where either you sacrifice yourself, and Eleanor's like, "Oh, it's so nice. I'm happy now," or something like that. Or you get the bad ending where it's like she sucks up your atom, and then she's evil forever.
There you guys go. Bad ending.
There you go.
For some reason, the dialogue's not playing out. I don't know if that's due to the diary skip or some setting, but...
You should totally ad-lib it. I'm sure you could pull off a good Eleanor.
The best. There's actually multiple endings besides these two, but these are like the generic bad and good ones.
It's Lighthouse. Oh my god. There's just no dialogue.
And there you go. It's BioShock 2.
Woo!
Thank you, BloodThunder.
Thank you, BloodThunder. Yeah, the water in this section is really cool. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of already summed everything up, but my commentary is a lot better than I have ever given it credit for. I mean, I haven't watched this run ever. It's one of those ones like, I don't want to watch this because I'm sure my commentary, even though it's not cringe, when I go into cringe compilation, but to myself looking back, it'd be cringy, which it really wasn't. I'm actually pretty happy with how that went. Obviously, I'd do it better nowadays, more experience, more competence. Even if I didn't have more to add, I would at least call for a donation during some of those downtimes just to kind of fill the air, because there's a lot of that. Unfortunately, BioShock 2, while it does have some really cool tricks to it, they're not like mechanically difficult to explain. It's just kind of like you see what's happening. That's all there is to it. And then everything else in between is kind of like fast gameplay, more or less. Yeah, just drill dashing around or maybe doing some death warps here and there. But once again, once you know what a death warp is or what drill dashing is, it's pretty self-explanatory. Like, oh, okay, you're just doing this from A to B. You're good. You can fill that void with like commentary on the game, what's happening in the story, which I did briefly here and there during some cutscenes. Very, very minor stuff. And then obviously there's that one donation the whole way through. Which, hey, this last GDQ, the one that just happened last week, I only had one donation. Obviously I was talking a lot more and there wasn't time for donations, but it's a weird trend. I feel like, I don't know, maybe some of the other runs I've did in between had more donations. I always feel like there's more donations read than there ends up being. I don't think there was a whole lot during the BioShock 1 run that we watched. That was also months ago when I watched it. I don't think there's too many. But yeah. Nothing too shabby. Anything at the end? Or
this man's Twitch.
Setting up for the next game.
You know, it doesn't.
Yeah, this was pretty much the setup. There's not like a good shot, but it was like a row of tables. There's a PC on one end, and then like right next to it is this other table that just has a CRT on it for console runs, and that was pretty much it. And then there's some chairs in the backgrounds. You can see a table on the back left. You guys can't see my mouse cursor. On my feed where I am, that white table in the back like wraps around, and then there's a table like right to the right of me. looking at me on to the left, where all like the donation stuff and streaming PC and stuff are, or the tech are. But yeah. I'm glad they fixed the audio right away. I thought that was going to be way worse, but simple adjustment was fine. Your channel's been banned. Oh my god. No, because I got a name change once I got partnered. If you ever get, I think it's still the case. I think if you're partnered and you get a name change, then your previous name can't be taken. If you're just like an affiliate, or I guess not even affiliate, but if you do a name change through that, then after a certain amount of time, that can be taken. But they don't want people to like imitate a partnered channel by having their old username or something like that. Which is fine. Anything else to add for this run? I mean, not that I can think. Do you guys have any questions about this run? And kind of talked about it throughout the thing. 2 a.m. or something? I don't think so. I feel like this was like a mid-afternoon run, like maybe like 4 p.m. or something. Maybe in like 1 p.m. or something. I don't remember. BioShock 2 can't be done. No plasmids. It's just impossible without skips. Which finding skips for BioShock 2 is just Legendary ever make it to a GDQ run? Probably not. I don't never plan on making Legendary to a GDQ. Unless a lot more stuff got found that made it consistent. Any fun things happening during this GDQ, like with the previous one? In terms of like travel and stuff, if you mean that, like the story of getting there, not really. I haven't really had any travel issues getting to or from GDQs besides the first one, which is kind of hilarious in its own way, but this was still the point in time when there wasn't a lot of people going to these events. I don't know if they have like attendance numbers available, but I feel like it was really, really, really small amounts. And now if I go to GDQs, you know, I'm hanging out with a bunch of friends, going out, doing stuff off property. But this was 2014 and this one were ones where I really just hung out around the event area. I hung out in like the practice room. This was the event where I talked to Spike Vegeta a lot and got to know him, become friends with him. So he was practicing a Rayman game, I believe, and he was just always in the practice room practicing, and I just was like, I don't really need to practice for my run because it's BioShock 2. So I'll just hang out here and do that. Colorado, yes. Colorado wasn't a bad area. Trying to get... No. Yes. Did they have it in the same event twice? I'm trying to remember. 2014. Was it in Colorado? 2015 was in Colorado. 2014, I'm trying to remember where it was. So I only like left the hotel, like go out and eat like twice, I feel like. This is one where I really don't remember anything outside of like the event area. I remember like going out to eat one night. Shy back in the day? Oh, for sure. Super shy. I was just like, kind of like, I'm just gonna talk to people I know, which is very few and far in between. Or I'm just gonna like sit around and maybe talk to people here and there. They approach me. Yeah, there's not much I remember about this specific event itself. So I think anything I'm thinking of is actually from 2015. Am I still shy? For the most part, yes. I have more confidence than I did back then, but still on the shyer side of things. Awkward. Well, like, if I know someone really well in person, I can sit there and talk to them all day. If I'm meeting someone new for the first time, or haven't talked to them a lot, then it's very weird. Just like small talk, trying to like get to know someone is just awkward altogether, and I don't really enjoy it. Yeah, I don't remember much about. I'm trying to SGDQ 2014. Trying to see if they had. This one was in Denver. In 2015 was in Minnesota. Really? So this was the one in Colorado. Maybe I'm not getting confused. If this was the one in Colorado, the really annoying thing about Colorado around the hotel is like everything closed. Like any fast food place closed at like 8:30 or 9. And obviously for GDQs, you're up super late watching runs at like 3 a.m. or even like 11 p.m. And you're like, well, there's no hotel restaurant. How can we get food? And there's just nothing around. So you could walk the places, but they're closed. What's going on, Scout? Yeah, I just don't remember anything about the event itself, really. I think anything I'm thinking of is from 2015. All right, well, that was a fun trip down a memory lane 7 years after the fact. All right, it's 11:30. What do I feel like playing, if anything? What do I feel like playing, if anything? BioShock 2? I mean, honestly, if I played BioShock 2, I could probably get a PB with the Fontaine Futuristics 2 thing, but I don't really have an urge to play 2. Watching a run, I'm like, yeah, that's pretty much what a run through would be. I don't really have the itch to do it. Legendary record attempts? That is way too much work. Way too much work. Also already have the record. I don't need to beat it again. Minerva's Den using the new start save? Yeah. I mean, Minerva's Den runs are kind of memey. As much as I love Minerva's Den, the speedrun's kind of memey. Wolfenstein record attempts? Nah. Wolfenstein's a great series of games that I will have to learn the anthology run for, which will start probably sometime soon. But they're not ones that I would grind out records for, necessarily. Because there is a lot of downtime. There's so many great games, so many great FPS games specifically. Their speedruns just end up being awful to grind because of the downtime and cutscenes. The newer Wolfensteins are a great example of that. BioShock 2, BioShock Infinite, Titanfall 2. There's just so many great things that could be better with cutscene skips. Trying to guess Wolfenstein casual playthrough. I mean, if I was to start playing through the Wolfensteins, we'd just start with Wolfenstein 3D. But I think we'll get to that at some point. Just the incentives we technically owe. Let me see my list. I don't know when I'm gonna do it. We have the itch.io horror stream that we'll have to plan out. We have just a random Dishonored anthology to do. Nothing special there. I have to learn the Wolfenstein anthology and do one of those. Do an updated Doom anthology run. Because we have not done one with Doom Eternal proper. I'll have to look into how to down patch that and get everything set up from a technical standpoint. What else do I have written on these notes? Cannot even read them. So dark. I have some casual games I want to get through, which I'm not going to play tonight because I don't have anything installed. And we'll probably relearn Rage 2 and Mirror's Edge runs at some point in the future. Playing through those during the no time limit subathon thing. They were pretty fun. Would like to get better. What's on this other note? Meme %. Woo! Doom 64 run. There's a lot of tech in Doom 64 that I gotta learn for PC stuff, I know. Will I run Far Cry 6? No. I probably won't play it. Have I thought about learning the Minecraft speedrun? No. I have no interest in learning Minecraft. Minecraft is how I got started on Twitch. And I've played an absolute shit ton of Minecraft. But I have no interest in learning the speedrun for it. I also haven't played it in like 2 years. Superliminal? Playing casually or running? I have played it casually, it's up on YouTube. In terms of speedrunning, probably not. I've watched a run of it at some point. I think it was at a GDQ. Had some cool stuff to it, but I mean, there's a lot of like runs that I'm sure I would enjoy doing, like Superliminal, Manifold Garden, some other puzzle games I've run across in the past year or so. Whenever I played Minecraft, it was just like with friends. A friend had a server, just played on that all the time. That was back when I was using my really old laptop that did not have a good CPU or GPU at all. So I was playing at like 15 FPS while streaming in 360p because I had terrible internet. It was awful. If I really wanted to, which I'm not going to, I'm never going to show those videos. I do have my old YouTube channel, which has, before I got on streaming, I tried making YouTube videos. And they are awful. And the mic quality is terrible. And the resolution's terrible. And everything about them is terrible. I mean, you can find my old channel, just none of the videos are public. I think there might be 1 or 2 public videos. Let's see. Yeah, it's actually, well, I guess I should probably, I don't know, maybe I should convert these over. My old channel has my Shadow of Mordor playthrough and my Outlast playthrough and some PUBG stuff from years and years ago. Man, people did not like my PUBG win with 6 kills in it. Jeez. I have 50% downvotes. What the fuck? What is this nonsense? Yeah, there's a lot more videos that are not on there. They're privated and will be private forever. Dead Space's new hotness thanks to Looney. Yeah, I'm glad people really like that run. He's been working hard on the Dead Space series and trying to get in the GDQs for a long time. Stream Minecraft on 360p off Wi-Fi? I'd rather not. I'd rather do anything else with my time. Made items bigger or smaller when placing them on and off a mini 3D board of the map. Marquette. What you're thinking of? Maquette, whatever, something like that. There are some other casual games I need to play through that we'll get to at some point. I was kind of waiting for after GDQ to calm down and all that fun stuff, and then the hotfix obviously popped up, and we did some BioShock stuff. It probably won't be until next week, maybe like next Tuesday. I just put out a poll. I don't know which one I'd start on first, whether I want to tackle the Wolfenstein Anthology or the Doom one. Doom would be easier, because I already know some of the runs. I just have to practice it and learn the new stuff for Doom 64 and downpatch Eternal and see what strats are there. But Doom's also really fucking hard. So we might just tackle the Wolfenstein Anthology first. Lost words. What is lost words? What are those words doing being lost? I also thought we'd just, like, intertwine it. Like, one day do Wolfenstein, the next do Doom. Switch on and off, and then mix in some casual stuff. I don't know. I really don't know what the schedule for, like, the next month or two is going to be. And obviously, you know, AGDQ submissions are going to open up in, like, October. We gotta, like, already start thinking about that. One of the worst things, like, I love GDQs, don't get me wrong. One of the worst things for speedrunners, especially ones starting off and really, like, they're introduced to the speedruns through Games Done Quick and see that as, like, the ultimate goal of, like, I want to get a run in. That'd be the dream for whatever reason they have for it. You get on this cycle, and this was really the case back in the day, of you grind a game so you can get a good submission in, and then you grind the game up until the point of showing it off. And because you just did that game for 6 months, day in and day out, you no longer want to play it. But anyone that watched your run wants to see more of that if they're going to come follow your channel, but you're already sick of it, so you move on to the next thing so that you can grind that to get it submitted for the next GDQ. So you get a big boost of followers or viewers that drop off instantly because you've just switched games on them. Or you stick with it and then you hope they stick around for more than one stream and that they like the same game as you. Anyone that can play the same game day in and day out for years on end, mad respect, because I can't do it. That's why I speedrun 60 plus games. So I would just go mad playing the same thing over and over and over again. But then it's just a repeating cycle because you're just constantly trying to find a new run to get into a GDQ, and you're grinding that. And then once that's over, you're finding a new one and grinding that and grinding that. And then you don't really have time to find, like, other speedruns that you like, or you do, and then you're worried about playing those instead. It's taking away from it. Yeah, I don't have a schedule. Anytime I've tried to make a schedule, I hate it. Because I'm very temperamental in what I feel like doing at a certain time. And if I scheduled it out and I was like, all right, on Thursday, we're going to do a BioShock run. And on Friday, we're going to do a Wolfenstein run. Like, that might work for a week. And sometimes I just, like, I don't really feel like doing a Wolfenstein run. But because I said I'm going to do it, I'll do it. The next week, I'd be like, I really don't feel like doing this. Let me switch it up. Or if I don't have something to replace it, I'm just like, well, I'm just not going to stream. I'm just going to play Apex or RuneScape or go do something else entirely. Which is why, like, I try to stick to a time schedule more so than a hard, we're going to do this run on this day, this game on a different day, stuff like that. Because I've done that with things in the past, like scheduling out a whole month. Like this is every game I'm going to play, building up through the month to this event or whatever. And it just, 2 weeks in, I'm bleh. B2 was like the only runner that consistently brought PC FPS games on virtually. Yeah, I mean, the reason I got so many runs in the early GDQs and popped up frequently is because I was constantly running something new. I was constantly running new games that came out around the time, and there really wasn't a whole lot of PC runners to begin with, or if they were run by someone over in Europe or wherever they may be that didn't feel like flying out to a GDQ or submitting it in the first place because they knew they wouldn't attend. So like I could get in a BioShock run because there's no other BioShock runners and it's a big franchise. And then I could get BioShock 2 in because it's a big franchise and they don't have another PC game and there's no other runners. If I was someone who only spent my time playing BioShock 1, obviously I'd get less runs in because they're not going to take BioShock 1 every marathon. Probably not even take it once a year. Probably not even take it every other year. Although they kind of have. Full time on Twitch, pretty much. Here and there. Watch Soulsborne streamers, they never change games. I mean, if they stick in the same series, then it's different. Like if you're just watching someone that plays Demon Souls, that's very different than watching someone that plays Demon Souls and Dark Souls 2 and Sekiro and all that stuff. Like even just having a series of games to play is a lot more freeing than just playing the same game day in and day out. Make a poll and let the things out. Why don't want to do? I'm not sure what you're saying. Just make a poll for what people want to see. The problem is there's a lot of stuff I know people want to watch me run. Old runs I've done or new stuff or just work on X category. But if I'm not feeling like running it, it's going to be a bad time for me because I'm not mentally there. I don't care about what's going on, which isn't going to be fun to watch. It's not going to be fun to commentate. And I'd rather just maybe do something that people are less excited to see, but is more comfy. And I'm not just raging and insulting stuff and thinking about going and doing something else. Strabo shortcake. It's like 90-10. I mean, back in the day, if you just look at SDA as a whole, but this time everything was still going through SDA Speed Demos Archive, I think is how you submit it runs. I don't even think they had the Games Done Quick website up. I could be wrong in saying that, but I'm pretty sure everything. I don't know. Might be misremembering that. But even that, like, any runners that were on PC were either doing segmented stuff, which they wouldn't want to show up and do runs because you can't really do a segmented run live. Obviously. Or they were overseas and didn't care about GDQs because they didn't want to pay thousands of dollars to fly over. So that's why you ended up getting tons and tons of console submissions, and then myself and a handful of others on PC. RuneScape Iron Man Dragon Slayer? No, never again. I did have a moment where I was like, I kind of want to actually do a run of those where I finish it, but every time I'm thinking about it, I'm like, nah, it's a bad idea. A lot of times I have bad ideas, but I go with it anyways. That's a bad idea. I don't ever want to go with. Is that acronym for SpongeBob SquarePants? No. I need to play the remake of the SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom thing, but I would never run it. USA just starts in a week. People talk about GDQ having like bad marketing in terms of like announcing when they have upcoming runs or upcoming events. ESA is even worse. someone that's like in the know of speedruns doesn't even know what's happening with ESA. And if I can't keep up with it, how is anybody supposed to keep up with it? Max Payne 3? I tried learning Max Payne 2 way back in the day. But I don't really like third-person runs. I don't really like third-person games for the most part, but I really don't like running games that are in third person. It's just really awkward to control. SpongeBob was a incentive I had for a bit to play it casually with SpongeCore playing in the background, which honestly, if I did play it, I'd throw on some SpongeCore. But it's on the list of like one of the many casual games I need to play. Cooking with water equals SGDQ. What? Whenever I have like a planned date for it, that was kind of my idea, Blair. Is once I figure out when I want to do it, then open it up. So I don't want to open it up now and then like not get to it for 2 months or something crazy. Hopefully I don't do it 2 months from now, but I don't want to just clog up the Discord. Watch another. I mean, I could, but I like to make these either like centered on what I'm doing recently or just kind of tie it together. Space them out a little bit, you know. There's only so many GDQ runs I can go back and watch them myself. Can't do them all in a single day. Comfy Penumbra Trilogy. Stream in 2 months. I mean, honestly, October's not too far away, but also not like to do it in October. I would like to do it sooner. What could we do? October in 2 months? Yeah, it's pretty close, right? It's pretty much 2 months from now. Holding Guinness World Records? I mean, not official ones. I've been in the book a couple times for stuff that's like not even the record anymore. Guinness is a joke. Anytime someone has a plaque from Guinness World Records, it's because they paid a bunch of money for that record. That's legitimately the only reason. The gaming edition, they just like kind of pull whatever records they want without like asking or giving credit. They're just like, yeah, all right, we're just gonna say this this run from 6 months ago and this random off category is the record, and we're gonna print it. Like, okay, cool, sure, fuck it. Wolf 3D casual playthrough. I mean, I'll probably do that soon, but if I do anything for like Wolfenstein or Doom, it won't be until next week. So I feel like once I get on the train of doing Wolfenstein runs or Doom runs, I'm just gonna hammer them out. Major throwback, yeah. Good old throwbacks back in the day. Back in the day. Spin the wheel. I'm my mindset right now is the equivalent of the meme of asking your girlfriend where she wants to eat. You just gotta bring me a run. You gotta put a run in front of me right now and I'll do it. But nothing sounds good. I don't feel like booting up any games. It's having one of those moments of like, Moon Crash. Moon Crash is way too heavily involved. Spin the Wheel of Destiny? No, Wolfenstein's the Spear of Destiny. Can't spin that. Mirror's Edge? No. I legitimately do not know. I've looked through my I have a million games and runs I could do and should do. Well, I'm just like, eh. I mean, I'll probably wake up tomorrow and be like, all right, I feel like doing X, Y, or Z, but no, we haven't tackled sub goals yet. Just talking about that. Stuff will get done soon. Some point soon. So I'm just looking at my Steam list. Just staring at it. I don't even have BlueStacks installed for Super Stickman Golf anymore. Rocksmith. If I could get away with streaming Rocksmith, I would, but ain't it worth it? Kairos not installed. Ain't currently installed. The way I see a lot of, like, approaching a lot of runs at the moment is I feel the need to commit to, like, doing more than one run of it. I don't necessarily need to, but I just kind of hate doing one-off runs at the moment. But, like, not jumping on Wolfenstein or Doom until next week, like, I can't really hop on a run and grind it out. We could do Doom or BioShock no plasmids, but like that run died yesterday. It can never be better. That's already taken care of. It's out of the picture. Wrench only? No, wrench only is a meme. Runner casual game? Problem with a casual game is any casual game is going to take multiple hours at this point, and I don't know if I'd stream long enough to do the full thing. Any casual game I'd want to play at the moment wouldn't be long enough to do like a second stream of. A speedrun game? No, I just need to make up my mind, honestly. Like, legitimately, no matter what you guys say in chat or offer as ideas, my mind's gonna say no. I don't feel like doing it. Because I've already considered all of these runs. All the runs, I'm legitimately looking at my Steam list of all of my speedruns. I'm just like, nah. Not tonight. Not tonight. It's like if I spun a wheel and it landed on something, I'm like, yeah, I don't know. It's like when you open your fridge and you're just like, yeah, I love all this food, but I just don't feel like eating any of it, you know? I need that extra spice. That extra spice. It's gone. It's missing. RuneScape Comfy Guy and final offer? No, I just want to be interesting to watch. As much as I love RuneScape, it's a game I won't stream. Hashtag bad streamer. Shit. When I played it. If you mean when I did like the Dragon Slayer stuff, like that's a very one-off thing. If I ever play RuneScape besides that, it's just like running around doing dailies or doing some bossing or something, and it's just a lot of repetition, which if you're not into the game, it's not going to be very interesting. There's not like a main goal I'm going for. It's just kind of just doing whatever. Yes, I played Jazz Punk during all of that. Should be in the list. List of those things. Alright, here's what we'll do. Here's what we'll do. Gonna watch a Return to Castle Wolfenstein run. This is not the one from GDQ, because I don't know if they are comfortable with people watching the run so soon. They probably are. It's more like when it's live that they aren't happy with, but I haven't watched an updated run of this in a while. In a long time, so. I don't feel like playing anything. We'll just watch some more stuff. See what it is. Yeah, this is the record. This is not the one from last week, but this is a month ago, so I'm assuming a lot of the strats are pretty much the same. See what's new about it. Still on I Am Death Incarnate, yeah, hardest difficulty. Or one under, whatever it is. The bunny hops.
Yes, yes. Ah, there you are. Shackle that one to the wall and take the other one off the table.
Alright, this level looks exactly the same from when I learned it. Years and years and years ago. precision in this stream? Impossible. Yeah, no secrets? What? I'm sure there's new stuff for all, like, a lot of the later levels. Like, this was my biggest problem once I learned the run. It was just a lot of jumping around and having to kill all the enemies off. Just, like, wasn't super exciting. Like, every map was this. There wasn't really any... There's, like, a couple of jumps you could do. Curious if they found a way to jump down the tram. No, GoldenEye is a terrible game. GoldenEye is one of the most overrated games of all time. Oh. Is he going for the... Jump down? Oh. Oh, they do it now. Oh my god. Damn, that's spicy. That was a segmented only trick back in the day. Yo, Aware, thank you for the 2-month resub. Appreciate that. Alerts are still turned off. I appreciate it.
Ramguard station report. Ramguard station. What is happening? Yes, Lieutenant Ruger here.
Turn it up a little bit.
Under control.
I didn't know if there was gonna be like commentary on top or not.
Excellent. Village guard station out. Don't shoot. I'm Kessler. Follow me. We must.
Yeah, I don't like GoldenEye. I mean, it's like a decent game, but I think it gets a lot more praise than it really deserves.
Such as it is, this is my house. If you go down these stairs, there's a back entrance to the cafe.
Should be here more, no worries. No worries at all.
I regret that I cannot.
I know there's some like sweet jumps you can do in Village.
You must hurry. Helga's team has an excavation site at the graveyard at the end of town. The entrance to the crypt is there. Good luck.
Strafe jumps you can do. The fact that he's taking the chair with him makes me think he's gonna use it to boost up and jump over something. Oh wow, really? Okay. 'Cause it used to be, the strat I always remember seeing is you would strafe jump from here to this. There's a signpost. You guys can't see my mouse. Whoop. Why did that just break everything? There's a signpost right here that you would hop to and then hop across instead of using this chair. That's cool. Consistent way to do that.
That was bad business back there. Yeah, I agree. Terrible.
Yeah, you can bunny hop in this game. Faster strat? Yes, but it's way harder. I'm sure. The chair looks pretty consistent and free. Oh shit. Full strafe. Oh, it doesn't like that leg. I don't remember like a lot of these levels. There's brief moments in every map. I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that specific spot. I remember this area, but a lot of the hallways, I have no idea what's going on for those. Ooh, the sniper. Not using the sniper. Woo! Weird that the game like runs it at consistent 83 FPS. A very odd frame rate. Oh, he walked into the wall. Just with the sexy female Nazis. It's the optimal bunny hop frame rate. Interesting. random shooting is just strong aggression, from what I remember. That should be the end of the level. I don't remember this game. Oh, there's another level once you got down to the bottom of the stairs. Maybe that's a different level. Close. This is a boss fight, right? Yeah, this is the current record for this game.
Mother hen to Eagle's Nest. Mother hen to Eagle's Nest. Come in, Eagle's Nest.
This is Eagle's Nest. We read you, Mother hen. What is your status?
Status is mission accomplished. We are inbound.
Well done, Mother hen. What is the condition of your passenger?
All things considered, the passenger is doing
What a cutscene.
fine. Repeat, passenger is doing fine. Mother hen out.
Well, gentlemen, it's been 48 hours since our man Blazkowicz returned from Castle Wolfenstein. That's given us
Forest compound though. Yeah, okay. I hated doing this one. I like this segment of the game, like this in the next couple levels, and then like X Labs were awful. Yeah, the jumping's fun, but that's about it. Anytime you just get open area to hop through, it's kind of fun.
Is that the last delivery for?
I believe so. Nothing else is scheduled. That's nothing.
Yeah, because like the whole purpose of this level is you just can't get caught. Or if like they sound the alarm, it's over, something like that. Right? I don't know much about the Daikatana route. I remember Cube Face running it at some point. But all the Cube Face runs kind of blur together. Secret area, whoa. Oh, I thought the truck was always here. I didn't realize you had to wait for it. Don't you just jump into the back of a truck and that's it? Look at that thing turn. This one I think is just a couple of crazy jumps to get to the top, right?
Achtung! Fueling crews complete final check of safety seals.
Thinking of a different area.
Attention all personnel. V2 rocket test to commence in 5. Achtung! All launch supervisors report final readiness. V2 launch will commence in 2 minutes. Achtung! Launch tower supervisor, verify auto-release sequence.
It's crazy how the series for Wolfenstein went from this to being on Venus. Dealing with Hitler on Venus.
Alright, let's hurry it up. I don't want to be here all day.
Launch will commence in 1 minute. Launch aborted. All safety crews on station. Achtung! Intruder alert! Intruder alert! Security teams, report immediately.
Yeah, I remember that crazy jump. Maybe this was the jumping up, I think I remember. I thought there was a crazy trick to get up here. I thought it was at the beginning. New ones are good. They're just vastly different in terms of scale. This one's like actually going into the little Nazi bases and crypts and stuff. The new ones are just like, alright, how bad shit insane can we make this? This was a really fun map once you killed all the Nazis off to just like practice bunny hopping. It's just really straightforward paths. Really open. The airbase is salt. Do I remember this map? No. Yes? Yes, but no? There's brief parts of every map that I remember. Oh shit. Oh, the grenade boost over the door. Pretty cool. Oh, 2 health. This one's just climbing a bunch of ladders, isn't it? After this part?
No, please don't shoot.
I think this is like a section with like 20 ladders, right? The nose. Yeah, this area. I'm actually surprised at how much of this game I remember, since I haven't touched it in 6 years, probably. Interesting. Halo runs? No, not really. I've always found Halo movement to be really slow. You can do some really crazy stuff in Halo, but the game just feels so slow to me. I mean, Halo's designed to be played on a console. It's designed around a controller in mind. It's very floaty and made that way on purpose. But this is the yeah, you have to bring the tank all the way through. I hated this one.
Extraction team just ahead of us reports there's a 6-man Panzer Grenadier unit hiding in the next block. You must eliminate it before I can risk moving forward. Excellent work. Now keep moving. You must locate the extraction team.
Ooh, nice. Oh shit. That was pretty cool. Wow, not even making it first try.
I will destroy the bell tower and make no more snipers. Our team has just linked up with the defecting scientists. They are under heavy fire in the next block. He just this say, there's heavy resistance along the last road before the weapons complex. Let's go.
I feel like he's still tied to the tank, though. Yeah, you still have to wait for it, unfortunately. He just cheat. Whoa, he's a cheater. Saving and loading in my video games? And tank blast open the door, right? That's why you need it. It was a really cool trick to get on the roof, though. I don't know how much time that saves. But it seemed cool.
You may enter now. Good luck on your mission.
The bombed factory? I think I even remember learning this at some point, honestly. I think this is an old strat. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. That's old school. Seems very, very familiar. I hated this one. The maps I remember, they're ones I hated. I hated this one because it can be so deadly. At least I felt. Well, using the chair. I like seeing the chairs. I feel like I've seen that before. Maybe I've seen that in the segmented run or something. Ooh, some sort of jump up there. 25 seconds for that map, huh? Yeah. I feel like I took out like every single enemy along the way. Secret weapons facility. Is this the one with the crazy strafe jumps? There's one trick I'm waiting to see. That just like was really cool to do, but really awful at the same time. I think yeah, on these platforms. Well, no, it wasn't here. Pretty sure it's in this area though. Oh, there's this jump. Straight whoop. Maybe not the map I remember. I remember that, but it's not
I will not divulge any information to you.
not the crazy one.
They're going to Norway. The coordinates are 67 degrees north by 16 degrees east.
These cutscenes.
Well, Jack, Agent Blazkowicz is certainly full of surprises. There's no denying that.
No, sir.
Of course, I always knew.
Oh boy. X Labs is the split after this. This is mostly an outside map, isn't it? Bunny hopping through. Hit this for that speed boost. Woo! Oh, that was cool. Little fanciness. I think the no scope is just really accurate. Like the hip fire is just right where it needs to be. I don't exactly remember why I hated X Labs. I just remember hating X Labs. I think I just died a lot on this map. These guys. I guess you can just save load past the electricity. What? Made that look so clean.
Blazkowicz, is it?
Oh, the boost. Grenade jumps are pretty cool.
Another day.
Now, how is Agent Blazkowicz?
A little beat up, sir, but nothing too serious. They've just finished with him in debriefing.
Damn. I don't remember this one at all. Oh shit. Bunny hops.
What's going on down there?
Yeah, I don't remember that at all. Don't remember that in the slightest. Kobe. Whoa, a secret area.
Quite a show, eh, Carl?
Yeah, the lean's nice. I don't even remember leaning being in this game, to be honest with you. I really don't remember these late game levels at all. I think all of my hatred just went towards like X Labs and the ice maps. Just blocked everything else out. Oh no. Oh no. Say it ain't so. I might watch the Wolf 3D run after this as well, honestly. Just see what the run's like, since we'll have to learn it anyways. More than likely, Spirit Destiny would be considered part of it. I don't know exactly what will and will not be in it. No, I always thought I learned the entirety of this run back in the day. I might be lying. I might have just learned up till like X Labs. Or if I learned this, I did it like one time and that was it. These maps do not seem familiar to me at all. Like this, I no memory of this at all. Been lied to. I lied to myself apparently. It feels really long because there's like no downtime. It's just constantly hopping around doing stuff. A lot going on. You're just constantly changing levels. Return to Castle Wolfenstein. Probably just blast that guy backwards. I find it, I mean, this is like completely trivial. I find it interesting. When he goes up this first step, he doesn't just turn right, he does like a left spin. And then goes up, turning right the whole way. It's... kind of a weird thing. I have zero memory of this map. I'm really starting to feel like I never learned the entirety of this run. And then don't you just like skip this entirely? What an ending. I don't know if that's the strat I thought was at the end. Well, I thought you played on an older patch of the game. To skip that fight. I guess maybe that's the strat, I don't know. Let's see, Wolf 3D. Oh boy. All episodes. What am I looking at here? What the fuck is this? The Wolfen. Okay. This is why leaderboards suck. There's a category for each episode, all episodes, and then you have like 100%, and then the ports, and what am I looking at here? When all episodes run, and no one's done, and all episodes run on Death Incarnate, and this one's on GBA, PC. What the fuck is this? Okay, well, there's some. Shenboy's done a run of every episode on Can I Play Daddy in the last month, so I'm gonna assume these are up to date. I don't know. Oh my god, you move so fast. Is that a reset? The problem with this is I haven't played it, and I don't know these maps at all. So I literally don't know where he's going in these hallways. It all looks the same. I don't know if there's a reset in there or not. You zoom, dude. Like, what was that? He was just like instantly at a. He went through a door and he was just instantly at another door. Just bam. Jesus Christ. I didn't realize how fast the movement was with strafing. Oh, he got stuck. I also have no idea if there's skips in this. I know nothing about Wolfenstein 3D. I think that was a skip. I think he used the enemy to open the door there. I think that's what I saw. And it was the same sort of thing. Get psyched. It makes sense that it says get psyched in Wolfenstein The New Order now. At the beginning of the game, I didn't realize there was a thing from Wolf 3D. I understand the reference now. Years after it comes out, I understand the reference. Man, can you believe this game went from this to pretending to be an actor with Hitler on Venus? Man, what a series. What am I watching? Little secret passage. That's all big boy. Where's that enemy in the new games, huh? Oh, nice little cutscene. You get to see BJ? Oh, shit. Alright. That's episode 1. Episode 2. Sitting on a menu screen. Ooh, this one looks pretty. Nice yellow walls. Jesus Christ. Was this a zombie? And zombies? At least mechanically, when I go to learn this, it should be easy. The hard part should just be understanding where the fuck you go in these maps. And following along with this. Right? It's crazy what this game inspired. It's like, Doom, you seen this movement? This is so much better than Doom. Go fast. Fast, boy. Doom guy can't move this fast. He's too slow. Get psyched. Whoa, the purple walls. Oh boy. Oh boy. Those are something. Bloop. I have to get psyched between each level. That is, you know, add something to the game. A little charm. I wish more games told me to get psyched. That's a nice painting. Seems like another waiting for an enemy to open a door thing. I think that's about the extent of the tricks in this run. Just waiting for enemies to open locked doors. These are fancy walls. Big science boy. What? Alright, I didn't realize that was in the game. Damn, that advanced tech. That's crazy, dude. Alright, let's get episode 3. Boop. This is gonna turn up the audio. I realize it's so low. Oh, I shot him through the door. Crazy. Jeez. The movement, like, it's fast, and it's possible to keep up with, but when he's strafing and then also turning his mouse at the same time, it gets really disorientating. Like, just the strafing isn't too bad. That's when he throws in moving the camera too. Are you guys just like so psyched right now? I'm pretty psyched. Oh, doggy. No. Mein Leben. The walls definitely don't help with the fast movement. The bright colors of the walls are very distracting. A little secret area? I mean, it's just like a giant maze. You gotta figure out where to go while trying not to die. Like, Doom's different because the levels have more personality to them, and every area looks different. You can really tell where you're going. There's good level design there. This is just cubes stacked together in a labyrinth form. Get psyched. Oh, there's sorcerers in this game? Oh. Mecha Hitler. He's in episode 3 out of 6, really? Let's see that again. Gotta love the def cams, dude. Alright, that's episode 3. Oh, back to the yellow walls.
And
are you okay?
I'm quoting a
Oh, you
VTuber.
talked over this one.
Ignore me.
VTuber, amazing.
Water in the fire. Why? Water in the fire.
Death cams are pretty good. Honestly, I think the new Wolfenstein game should have the death cam feature.
Is having a panic attack.
If Wolfenstein 3 comes out and you fight Hitler and you don't get a death cam, like I'll be pretty upset.
Is done.
That's a floor 2 IO record. Like I told you, I'm smashing these because I haven't practiced. I haven't done these with the strat yet.
Oh boy.
Yeah, these are just records ripe for the picking.
Okay. Well, I got your spreadsheet looking
That's a
nice.
22 still. That was probably the worst key room I have ever done on that level, and that's still a 22. Come on.
Here, I posted these.
It's a run where if you blink, you're in a completely different hallway.
If you'll take a look in the rightmost column, you will be able to see just how much you dominate Alex when it comes to PBs on these levels.
You blink and you literally miss like an entire hallway.
You have a total, you have a net 13 seconds over him. And that's a net, so it's including the 5 seconds he has over you.
Nice. Well, yeah, I was thinking about this the other day. I mean, like, I don't want to sound all arrogant or something, but I'm probably.
I remember watching. Oh,
in the world.
maybe it was Spirit Destiny. I don't know. I thought it was a Wolfenstein 3D run. I still remember the movement being this fast.
My screen dimmed. My screen dimmed. Come on, guys. Can we clutch out? Come on. Come on. Oh my god.
I will be fully prepared to watch you suddenly poof away from the voice chat.
Oh my god, how do you know which door you go into? What the fuck? It's just a hallway full of doors, and you gotta find out which one you go through? Like, look at this. Nope, it's not that one. Oh, I guess it's this one. Like, what? I guess there's a way to tell, but... God damn. This was fun in 1992. I mean, it's revolutionary. But you know the crazy thing about this game compared to things coming out these days? Is it worked. You could boot it up, and it worked. I love how the enemies are just like the bosses are just slightly bigger. The death cams, dude. It's funny. I like those. That was 5. All right. Or that was 4. This is 5. Well, that was your PC's problem. Wasn't the game's problem. I feel like the movement's slower in this episode. Maybe not. I take it back. I just think he wasn't moving his camera around for a second. But we have to like guide this guy around. Oh yeah, okay. You get him to open the door, see? Manipulate the AI. Okay. I didn't realize you killed so many dogs in this game. Is this why in the new Colossus they have you kill a dog at the very beginning of the game? Is that what it's referencing? Be a hell of a way to reference it. It's a pretty grotesque and morbid reference, but sure. It is kind of crazy how just like adding verticality to the game in terms of comparing this versus the OG Doom really changes level design. Like going upstairs and not just having a flat map really elevates the game. Pun 100% intended. Ooh, red guy. Got a sick... Oh, no death cam? Really? Ooh. I'll get a little cutscene. Yeah! He's so happy. I want BJ to be that happy all the time in the new games. Alright, episode 6, last one. Oh my god. I mean, it looks easy to know where you're going. You just go to the end of the hallway, but Jesus Christ. My eyes. My eyeballs. This map is just a lot of running down straight hallways. And then just pure confusion. Oh. 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 Waiting for an enemy to open the door. Have them thick hitboxes, you know. Got those dump trucks. I'm so used to Doom runs where, like, if you're up against a wall, chances are you're trying to hit a button on the other side. I was like, maybe for a brief moment that was going to be the strat, but it's like, yeah, any like skip in this game is just waiting for an enemy to open up a door. It seems like either you're just like going through a secret area to grab a key to get to the end, or you're waiting for an enemy to open the door. Everything else is knowing where to go. Which is a lot more confusing than it sounds. No, the pupper. Oh, I still a stained glass window. Oh, is that what they're yelling? I thought they were yelling Leon. What does Leon have to do with any of this? Yeah, I had to keep hearing Leon. Man, Leon really fucked up. Blast. The official hint guide. Whoa. With the game FAQs? What? Top-down maps? Yeah, I feel like that'd be really useful for learning how to get through this game. That's a big boy. This is the final boss. I was thought Mecha Hitler was the final boss of this game. Didn't realize you just kill him halfway through. Let's see that again. It's pretty good. Pretty dang good. Oh, man. Is there? I want to see something real quick. There's gotta be, right? Has no one ever done a speedrun of Castle Wolfenstein? What? This is a complete playthrough that's 8 minutes long. I love this guy. I love him. I've only had him for a few minutes, but if anything happened to him, I'd kill everyone here and then myself. He's so good. This is peak humanity. What? Sauerkraut. What? Oh, man. This is great. Bratwurst. I want to take a screenshot of this little guy. I love this. One bullet and keys. This random time thing is a weird encounter. You have 10 bullets. Whoa, 0 grenade. Oh, there's grenades in this? Apple II version's even worse. Oh god. Can you believe this game is almost 40 years old? This is Castle Wolfenstein. This is what started it all. Oh, are they actually speeding it up, like, in post? Interesting. It actually, you just have to wait 2 minutes to open it. Wow. Games were crazy. I didn't realize he got a disguise as a Nazi now. Yeah, okay, I think they just sped it up. Bulletproof vest. Whoa. Look at a nice little green vest, dude. I love this. He's just so happy. I like how you can run into walls. Like, you don't just, like, come to a dead stop, you, like, go into it for a brief second. 5 bullets and keys, whoa. Like, if you want to open this chest, it legitimately takes 3 minutes to do. Wow. Yeah, even this had stairs. What the fuck? Oh no, there's a whole party. It's open. Those screams are terrifying. I still don't know. He's wearing the disguise, you know? They can't figure him out. I mean, when you go to the Wikipedia page, this is how I've kind of done it in the past. The games are Castle Wolfenstein, Beyond Castle Wolfenstein, Wolfenstein 3D, Spear of Destiny, Return to Castle Wolfenstein, Enemy Territories, the RPG, something, Wolfenstein 2009, New Order, Old Blood, New Colossus, Young Blood, and Cyberpilot, which is VR, which I would not include because it's VR and I don't have VR. Well, I mean, these are the official games, you know? Like, So you kind of have to include them. The 3D Wolfenstein game, I mean, true, but I could also just do like the modern stuff. I saw a good name for it because there's like a series like alternate history Wolfenstein games, or the alternate history collection, I think is what it was called. Like I could just do that, but like if I'm gonna go through the trouble of throwing in the older games, like this seems like more of a meme fun run than Wolfenstein 3D does. I'd rather run this than Wolfenstein 3D, so I'm including that. I feel like I should include this too. Also, just look how fucking happy he is. He's just so darn happy. No way to route it? I mean, if there's a beginning and there's an ending. You just deal with the randomness. Yo, Sniffles. It's going. Checking out this thing. I mean, the playthrough's almost at the end. Is it to an end screen? What the fuck is that? Spoilers. I just saw the end. Jesus Christ, it's so loud. We got out. Damn. What a quick run. What a bunch of gamers, dude. Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, they sped up parts of it, but you know, it's not bad. Oh, this was just like in the recommended. This is what so I'm actually blocked here, but this is me watching Spear of Destiny. So Spear of Destiny, I remember seeing way back in the day. It wasn't Wolf 3D. It's completely blocked out on camera. Little old me. can see my no hair. My no having hair. Trying to find good footage of the Wolfenstein RPG. It was not what I thought it looked like at all. I guess it's the best one. This is like an iOS version. What the hell is this?
It's very convenient. I tried to run each movement interaction.
Yeah, this is like a mobile version of it. RPG. This is mobile. Apparently they ported it to mobile at some point. Was it always this mobile? Oh, I didn't realize it was a mobile game. Maybe not included then. I thought I got a PC release. Oh god. This one might get left out with Sniper Pilot. Maybe I'm thinking, isn't there like the Doom RPG? Is that a mobile game too? Yeah. I think it is. I don't know. I thought those had proper releases at some point. Beyond Castle Wolfenstein, baby. Oh yeah. Oh Jesus Christ. The audio is so ear piercing. I like the sound of the walking though. This one's not as comfy as just Castle Wolfenstein, to be honest. This one just has a lot of showing your hall pass. Like high school all over again. Oh, is that why? Yeah, I just clicked on the first video, okay? Blame YouTube's algorithm. Oh no, the door's locked. You have the bomb. What the fuck? It's a time bomb? Christ. Oh, you can move diagonally. Oh my god. The tech. The bomb countdown. Oh god. Gonna run out. This game really is just showing your hall pass. That's all it is. Carrying a bomb around, showing your hall pass. What happened there? He glitched. How do we get the pass? I don't know. I was born with it, you know? Oh my god, this is like halfway through. We're still showing hall passes? Wait, time bomb went off. Wait, we got a different bomb? What happened? Oh, resetting bomb timer. What? Oh shit, missing the lore. Well, the audio is good so low. Yeah, you better be taking notes. Skipping ahead. I want to see how this ends. I think the audio is getting deeper as it goes. The game is slowly dying. Oh. The bomb blew up. All the spoilers. Press return. Oh my god. Well, that's a thing. That's the game. I'm still, yeah. Truly. That one's not nearly as comfy as just Castle Wolfenstein. Like, he's just so happy. Can we go back to this for a second? Like, look how happy he is. Like, look at him. He's just so happy. I've never been that happy in my life. Yeah. He's so happy. Alright, well, I think that's going to wrap it up for me tonight. I'm pretty tired. We watched through some of the runs. I don't want to watch through, like, Wolfenstein 2009, because that's when I'd want to, like, actually do a proper playthrough for 3D in this. I mean, maybe I'll play through Castle Wolfenstein. Definitely run it. I think that would be fun. Tomorrow might stream something. Maybe. Who knows? Do a Castle Wolfenstein playthrough. No. Who knows? Do something. We'll have some fun. Think about how I'm not as happy as this guy. If you're looking for more stuff to watch, you can go watch my No Plasmid record from BioShock 1 up on YouTube now. Drop it a nice little comment, give it a nice little thumbs up, all that good stuff. And then we'll be back tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching some games with me. We might get more into Doom anthology stuff before I pick this up because it's learning a lot of new games instead of just improving some of the ones I already know. But I'm excited to see what a Wolfenstein anthology run will look like in the end. It'll be interesting for sure. Yeah, you guys have a great rest of your night. I'm gonna go sleep.